Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning the ASEM Forum on Human Rights of Older Persons very soon. So, participants on site, please make your way to your seats and be seated. This forum will be broadcasted on air on the YouTube channel of ASEM Global Aging Center. During the forum, please make sure that you are not using any vulgar expressions or slander against others when using the real-time chat. We would like to inform that those who do not comply with such rules will be asked to leave on the online event for such violations. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Welcome to the ASEM Forum on
제1차 아셈
Human
노인
Rights
인권
of
현실과
Older
대한
Persons.
포럼에 오신
My name
분들을
is
환영합니다.
and I've been granted the honor of serving
저는
today
오늘
as
행사
the MC.
진행을 맡은 아나운서 신지혜입니다. 본
본
포럼은 코로나19 상황 이외에도 전 세계적으로 많은 분들이 참여하실 수 있도록 유튜브 채널을 통해 실시간으로 중계되고 있습니다. 바쁘신 와중에도 오늘 이렇게 뜻깊은 자리에 함께 해주신 내빈 여러분들과 온라인으로 시청 중이신 연사 그리고 참가자 여러분들께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 오늘은 아셈 회원국 관계부처 그리고 WHO 그리고 UN 경제사회국과 같은 관련 국제기구 헬프에이지 인터내셔널, 애므니스티 인터내셔널, 세계 노인 인권 연합, 에이지 플랫폼 유럽, 그리고 노인 참여 연맹 등 INGO 그리고 국가 인권 기구 그리고 학계 연구자 등 다양한 이해 관계자분들이 참여해서 노인 인권 이슈를 논의하고 노인 인권 보호와 증진을 위한 방법을 모색하고자 개최가 되었다라고 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 간단하게 오늘 포럼 설명을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 포럼의 주제는 재난 및 긴급 상황에서의 노인 인권이고요. 이 주제 아래 4개의 세션이 앞으로 이틀간 진행이 될 예정입니다. 총 4개의 세션은 보건위기에서의 노인, 인도적 위기에서의 노인, 기후변화와 재난위기에서의 노인, 그리고 연령주의와 재난 긴급 상황에서의 노인이라는 주제로 열리게 될 예정입니다. 또한 특별 세션으로 시민사회 토크 콘서트가 오늘 오후에 진행될 예정입니다. 그래서 주요 국제협회, 민간 부문의 국제협회 그리고 인권 관련 전문가 분들께서 함께 해주실 겁니다. 자, 그러면 행사 개막을 알리는 오프닝 영상 함께 시청하시도록 하겠습니다.
Yes, what kind of world do we want to live in? Well, I believe we will have to make a human right-based approach in order to make the world a happier and an equal place for all. If you agree with me, would you please give a big round of applause? And now, before we start the forum, I would like to introduce our distinguished guests who are joining with us on site, who have taken their valuable time to be with us here today. So, distinguished guests, as your name is called, please stand and greet the audience through the camera. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to first introduce to you the Executive Director, Ji Eun-hee of ASEM Global Aging Center. Welcome. Yes, as we have guests joining us online as well, please see the camera and greet our audience. Next, let me introduce to you the Deputy Speaker, Kim Sang-hee of National Assembly of Republic of Korea. And we're also very happy to have the Chairperson, Song Do-hwan of National Human Rights Commissions of Korea. And moving on from our host side, we have the Charge d'Affaires, John Burgerts, the delegation of the European Union to the Republic of Korea. Welcome. Moving on, let me introduce to you Chairperson Lee Hae-kyung of ASEM Global Aging Center. Thank you very much for joining us today. And now it is my great honor to introduce the former Minister of Ministry of Gender Equality and Family, the Special Advisor of ASEM Global Aging Center, Jung Hyun-baek. And we're also very delighted to have the President, Cho Hyun-se of Help Age Korea. And thank you for joining us, Professor Jung Jin-sung of Seoul National University. And now it's time for me to introduce to you the Ambassador for Gender Equality, Cho Young-suk of Korea Women's Association United. And as for the last but not the least, we have Professor Park Young-lang of Gangnam University joining us today. Yes, she will be joining us later in the session as well. Thank you very much. Well, of course, there are many more participants joining us online as well. So would you please give a big round of applause for all the participants? Thank you very much. Well, now to fully begin today's forum, let me introduce the Executive Director, Ji Eun-hee of the ASEM Global Aging Center for her opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her to the stage with a big round of applause.
예, 소개하는데 한 분이 빠져서 제가 소개드리겠습니다. 저희
We are missing one person to
자문위원이시고
introduce our
세계
advisor
노년학회
of
회장을
our
하셨던 우리
center,
최성재 교수님.
Professor Tues.
네. 예, 반갑습니다.
Thank you very much.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는
Good morning,
아셈
afternoon,
노인인권
and evening, depending on where you are.
정책센터의
My name
원장으로
is
있는
Ji Eun-hee,
지은희입니다.
Executive Director of
먼저
ASEM
재난
Global
상황에서의
Aging Center.
노인인권 보호를
First of
주제로
all,
개최되는
I would like to welcome all of you
제1차 아셈
who are
노인인권
here to attend
현실과
the
대안
first ASEM
포럼에
Forum
참여해
on
주신
Human Rights of
모든
Older
분들을
Persons,
환영합니다.
present and future.
그리고 이 포럼을 공동 주최해 주신
We have
국가인권위원회
a
그리고 주한
co-sponsor
EU
and a
대표부에 특별히 감사
co-organizer
말씀드립니다.
of the government organization
그리고,
and the EU
축사를 해
delegates to
주시기
the
위해서
Republic
오신
of Korea.
김상희
Thank you very much.
국회부의장님, 송두환
Please allow me to thank all the
국가인권위원회
distinguished
위원장님,
guests, including
마리아 카스티오 페레다니스
Deputy
EU
Speaker Kim
대사님,
Sang-hee of National Assembly,
포르
Chairperson Song Do-han of National Human Rights Commission of Korea, Honorable Ambassador Maria Castillo Fernandez, Executive Director Toru Murakawa, and Executive Director Michael Ryan of WHO. We have 4 sessions as well as 1 special session. I'd like to appreciate all the participants who are playing as moderators, presenters, and panel discussants. We're also gathered with online audiences. I thank you. I am wearing this jacket for today's event. This is very unusual color for me.
Age with Rights
has this theme color, and that is why I prepared this jacket. And I also asked Deputy Speaker to wear the same color jacket. The COVID-19 pandemic highlights older persons' issues in crisis. In particular, there are questions like how can older persons become the first victim group but be the last group to be considered. To resolve such issues, we hope to have an opportunity to seek various measures. My organization, ASEM Global Aging Center, has invited a variety of stakeholders from international organizations, government officials, research scholars, and civil society organizers to discuss the following 3 topics. First, gender, socio-economic status, and other social identity, as well as junctures of ages, will be considered to find out how crises intensify prejudice, discrimination, and negligence of older persons. Second, to resolve such issues, are there any regional, national, and global efforts? Third, is there any other additional effort, such as the adoption of the UN Convention on Human Rights on Older Persons to protect human rights of older persons? That's what we would like to discuss today. This forum consists of 5 sessions. First, older persons in health crisis. Second, older persons in humanitarian crisis. Third, older persons in climate changes and natural disasters. Fourth, discussion to commemorate the publication of the Korean translation of the WHO International Report on Ageism by ASEM Global Aging Center. And we also have a special session. ASEM Global Aging Center hosts not only this forum, but activities with international organizations, civil societies, governments, and private sectors regarding human rights campaign on older persons. There will be an exhibition called Global Human Rights Campaign on Older Persons. This online exhibition will introduce Ageism, the Convention on Human Rights on older persons, aged ladies, ageism at work, welfare for older persons, changes as we get older, and other older persons' human rights related issues. You can visit the campaign site where human rights on older persons will be further discussed, and you can share your thoughts. At today's forum, what I want to share the most is the transition of our points of views. Currently, response systems for older persons in crisis have room for improvement. In crisis, the only and sustainable way to protect older persons is a way based on human rights. To mainstream this thought, there have been some remarkable trials. For example, the group called Independent Expert published a report in 2019 titled Protection of Human Rights on Older Persons in Disaster and Humanitarian Crisis. The UN European Committee on Economy, or UNECE, studied older persons' experience with certain dangers and vulnerability in 2020 and introduced some best practices in some countries. This policy brief tries to accommodate older persons' demands in the entire process, from disaster prevention, risk management, decrease of a crisis and restoration, which can be reflected to some government strategies. Along with the UN organizations, international NGOs have been active to study more disasters and crises regarding how older persons are excluded from the mainstream. For example, Help Age International published a report in 2020 called If Not Now, Then When? In Humanitarian Crisis, how do we comply with promises we have with older persons? International Amnesty also published a report in 2019 and 2020 to study cases in Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Nigeria's conflict. Older persons in humanitarian crisis were the topic in the report. Meanwhile, the WHO in 2021 published another report of Ageism to see how older persons' health, welfare, and human rights are severely damaged. The report illustrates how ageism deteriorates the quality of lives of older persons, how social isolation and loneliness are intensified, and how violence and harassment can harm older persons while expanding risks with various evidence. You can find that WHO's report of ageism. That's a Korean translation version. You can find it on your desk, and I hope you can refer to it in the future. Numerous reports, governmental effort, and NGOs' efforts have been ongoing for years, although changes in reality seem slow. Now it's time to substantially improve human rights of older persons. We should fully play our role wherever we are. To establish the UN Convention on Human Rights on Older Persons, each government should have their own stance based on reality in each country. Korea should also establish a domestic law. For example, among the OECD countries, the rate of older persons' poverty and suicide is the highest in Korea. While conducting campaign to encourage the establishment of a basic act on human rights on older persons, we are also planning to have a campaign to help establish the Convention of UN on Human Rights on Older Persons. Globally, some older persons are under severe violence, discrimination, negligence, and ignorance, which we should not pass by anymore. If not changing now, we cannot stop the tragedy. Through international solidarity, I hope to secure the turning point for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Ji-eun, for opening today's forum with your remarks. As the forum takes its first step today, I believe the foundation for an equal society will be well laid. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her another big round of applause. And now, as we move on, we will have Deputy Speaker Kim Sang-hee of the National Assembly of Republic of Korea to deliver her congratulatory remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her to the stage with a big round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'm Deputy Speaker Sang-hee Kim of the National Assembly of Korea. And Executive Director Eun-hee Ji just delivered her congratulatory remarks. And thank you very much for your remarks. And I'm now having expectations that our policies for older persons will change, taking this opportunity. So taking this opportunity, based on activities of ASEM, Global Aging Center, older persons-related points and views and welfare policies for them will be changed. I'd like to sincerely congratulate on the opening of the first ASEM Forum on Human Rights of Older Persons. The COVID-19 pandemic, global extreme weather events, and war and conflict in Asia and the Middle East hugely threaten the human rights of the vulnerable. I believe today's event under the theme of protection of the human rights of older persons in emergency situations is very meaningful for international organizations and ASEM to share information on the current status and discuss how to respond to such issues related to older persons. I'd like to thank Chairperson Haekyung Lee of ASEM Global Aging Center, Chairperson Do-han Song of National Human Rights Commission of Korea, and Head John Bogarts of Delegation of the EU to Korea for hosting today's event. And my special thanks go to Executive Director Eun Chi and staff member of AGAC for making today's event possible. I believe Korea's situation illustrates very well about how important the human rights of older persons in emergency situations are. The hardest hit of the pandemic in Korea is the elderly. About 82.5% of COVID-19 death cases is accounted for by the elderly. Even some older persons were separated from their families after infection, died alone without seeing them, and cremated right after they died. Their dignity as a human being was deprived in the very last moment in their lives. Elder abuse in last year increased 19.4% compared to the pre-COVID level. Increasingly more older persons are desperately appealing for psychological support in the midst of care deficits. Climate change is another serious issue for the elderly. Last week, we had an unexpected cold wave. October of Seoul this year is recorded as the coldest October ever in 64 years. We Koreans have proudly said autumn is the most beautiful season in the country, but now the season is getting shorter and shorter. This winter is expected to be very harsh and cold as well, which makes me worry about the elderly who are living in energy poverty as well as vulnerable to extreme weather. Indeed, countries around the world are experiencing more severe heat wave, cold wave, typhoon, flood, and wildfire than we are. Carbon neutrality for climate response, as well as how to ensure the right to health and life for the vulnerable, in particular the elderly, in extreme weather and climate events and disasters caused by them, must be paid more attention than they are today. During disaster and emergency situations, human rights are highly likely to be neglected, which creates a necessity to establish principles and ways for response. And I wish productive discussions on those principles today through today's event. And above all, as Executive Director Chi mentioned, taking this opportunity, we should be able to change the way we look the human rights of older persons. Thank you very much for your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker Kim Sang-hee, for your remarks. Well, as mentioned, at a time like this, it would be very essential to establish the fundamental principles and also the countermeasures. And with our forum taking off today, well, there will be a big transition in the perspective. Moving on, please allow me to introduce to you the Chairperson Song Do-hwan of the National Human Rights Commissions of Korea to welcome us once again with his congratulatory remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까?
Good morning, afternoon, and good evening.
대한민국 국가인권위원회
My name
위원장
is Song Do-han, Chairperson of National Human Rights Commissions of Korea. I would like to congratulate on ASEAN Forum on Human Rights of Older Persons. I would like to appreciate Executive Director Ji Eun-hee of ASEM Global Aging Center for their great effort to prepare this wonderful event. You must be busy these days, but thank you very much to attend this event. That includes Deputy Speaker Kim Sang-hee of National Assembly of Korea, John Bergert, delegation of European Union to the Republic of Korea, government officials, civil organizations, social activists. I welcome you all and thank you very much. And it's great to meet you all. As you are well aware, our population is getting aged and it is rapidly happening. 2022 report of the UN global population, it will be 720 million, and it will be over 1.5 billion population globally who will be over 65 years old. This aging is happening due to longer life expectancy. However, physical, mental degradation of human activities and some difficulties in daily lives will happen among older generations, and I'm deeply concerned about it. So as a human being, getting aged towards the death is a whole journey for everyone, and that is our reality and the future that we have to consider. From the early last year, we are suffering from COVID-19. This pandemic does not discriminate anyone, but somehow this damage and consequences of the pandemic varies among populations. WHO indicated 65 years old and older population are the most vulnerable due to COVID-19 pandemic. That means COVID-19 highlights and intensifies the consequences of difficulties in older persons' lives. And according to the UN report last year, COVID-19 affects highly on happiness and the well-being of older persons. Not only COVID-19, but climate change have various impact on rights for housing, rights for clean water and food are also threatened. In particular, we have to pay attention to all these damage can vary among different generations and different groups of people, especially the vulnerable group of older persons. Distinguished guests, in the course of responding COVID-19 pandemic, we have to focus on universal human rights, and that requires a collection of our wisdom. To protect older persons who are particularly vulnerable to COVID-19, we need some inclusive measures. All countries and international organizations need a solidarity to protect our valuable loved ones and their families, and that way we can also save all the lives on the earth. In that sense, you are attending this ASEM Forum on Human Rights of Older Persons, which is timely to collect and urge international collaboration. And I hope to see active participation in discussion to seek some measures to protect older persons. And I hope to see more resolutions. And our collective wisdom and effort will definitely help these older persons while maintaining their dignity of human rights. And that is the world that we are pursuing. A world where humans can live in a humanitarian, humane manner. And in crisis, we need to think of protection for older persons. And my organization, National Human Rights Commission of Korea, will be there for you to help you. Once again, I would like to appreciate all your presence and participation in this event, and I hope you to be healthy and happy in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Song Do-hwan, for your message. Well, as he have mentioned, thank you very much. Well, accelerating population aging is a global phenomenon that we all face universally. So we have to unite our forces in order to solve this issue. And now it is time to invite Her Excellency Ambassador Maria Castillo Fernandez of the Delegation of the European Union to the Republic of Korea for her remarks. However, unfortunately, we were not able to have her on site, but she kindly sent her congratulations through a video. So let's watch the video through the screen.
안녕하세요. To all of those
Ladies and
who are here
gentlemen,
today,
good afternoon,
and to
good
those who are
morning, and
connected
good evening.
online from different parts of the world to join this very timely event. I would like to thank the ASEM Global Aging Center for hosting once again this initiative. We are here together as we were last year. And my gratitude goes also to Executive Director Chi Yoon-hee and the Chairperson Lee Hae-kyun of the ASEM Global Aging Center for your commitment to addressing human rights for elderly people in the Republic of Korea. Friends, we are still under unprecedented challenges. We spoke about it last year, but this year again, the COVID-19 pandemics continue to impact every corner of the world, every aspect of our lives. The pandemic is not only challenging the global health systems, but also our commitment to equality and human dignity. And it continues to expose and deepen pre-existing inequalities of all kinds. Socioeconomic consequences are very severe, but also they are having a disproportionate impact on persons in vulnerable situations, and in particularly the older persons. This pandemic is not going to be the first, and is not going to be the last. And certainly is going to expose other challenges that we are facing have an impact on older populations. Climate, environment degradation, and a fast population growth, which at the same time shows us that aging of the population is certainly accelerating in most societies across the world, included in the EU and the Republic of Korea. And older persons are particularly vulnerable, and they face very specific challenges. COVID-19 pandemic has also shown that older persons are often overlooked and left behind in government responses to the crisis. They pay a very large toll, approximately 9 in 10 deaths in Europe, and around 93% of the deaths from COVID-19 in Korea are among people over the age of 60. It raises concerns also about the rights of older people, those living in nursing homes, and those with physical, mental, and psychological health issues that are threatened by lockdowns. Lockdowns that have increased the risk of abuse, of neglect, and of violence. The situation of older people is therefore very high in the European Union's agenda, and we are committed to defend these rights worldwide. Last October, we adopted some conclusions on human rights, participation, and well-being of older persons in the era of digitalization. Certainly, this pandemic has highlighted the importance of opportunities and also risk for older people in the digitalized world. We continue also to support the UN United Nations Madrid International Plan for Action on Aging, which is a resource for policymakers, NGOs, and civil society to change the ways the communities perceive and interact and take care of the older persons. For the 11th session of the UN Open-Ended Working Group on Aging, the European Union participated in developing a set of recommendations identifying possible gaps on international instruments safeguarding the human right of older persons. And we will continue this cooperation with the United Nations on a special attention to the rights of older persons. And we hope we continue this collaboration also with Korea and certainly with the Global Aging Center in ASEM to reach out and promote and protect this very important rights of our older people. I therefore look forward for very meaningful discussions today, very pertinent time, and certainly we need to continue to raise and put the human rights of older persons high in our mutual agendas. Thank you so much. Kamsahamnida.
Well, we sincerely appreciate Your Excellency sending us your remarks through the video. Well, as you have mentioned, let's join our efforts in order to safeguard the human rights of the older generations. And now, the last congratulatory remarks will be presented by Executive Director Toru Moriaka of Asia Europe Foundation. He has also sent us his congratulatory message through the video, so let us watch it through the screen.
Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, good morning from the Asia Europe Foundation in Singapore, and warm greetings to the distinguished speakers and the participants of the first ASEM Forum on Human Rights of Older Persons, present and future. I would like to commend and congratulate the ASEM Global Aging Center for their insights, dedication, and tireless efforts for the sake of older persons, as made evident through the organization of this timely event. The topic of human rights of the older persons is of particular importance for Asia-Europe meeting partner countries. With a steadily increasing life expectancy, the number of older persons across Asia and Europe is projected to more than double by 2050. While the situation of the aging varies in each ASEM partner country, all the countries will experience the change sooner or later. So, addressing the needs of older persons today and preparing for future generations is a common challenge for all of us. First things to do is the empowerment of the older persons. We must enhance lifelong education to provide tools to improve their lives and ensure that they can remain active members in the communities they live in. We also must recognize their contributions to the society and reinforce opportunities for aging with dignity, security, and self-confidence. At the same time, we must protect them. The human rights-based approach is an effective way to protect each and every older person in the society. It is to have comprehensive protection of the full spectrum of rights in old age. The need to consider ways to strengthen existing norms and frameworks to improve the enjoyment by older persons of their human rights was one of the key recommendations of the 20th Informal ASEM Seminar on Human Rights, which we had the pleasure of co-organizing together with the ASEM Global Aging Center in February this year. The The seminar brought together experts, academics, and the government representatives from 44 countries in Asia and Europe to discuss the extent to which the human rights of older persons are protected and what concrete measures can be taken by states and other stakeholders to improve the realization of their rights at national, regional, and international levels. While the seminar in February focused on the autonomy, social protection, and the empowerment of older persons, today's forum takes the discussion a step further by taking a close look at specific crises that may affect older persons now and in the future, and how older persons are included in emergency crisis response efforts. We don't need to look very far to find examples of crises that have affected older persons. While the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic spreading across the world for the past 2 years, particularly severely hit the older persons in all societies, we are reminded of the importance of taking individual and collective steps to protect older persons against any form of discrimination. Ageism and stereotyping of older persons as vulnerable or helpless remain a problem in many parts of Asia and Europe. This issue was brought to the forefront more intensely by the pandemic. The ongoing health crisis is not the only emergency crisis in which older persons are at risk of being excluded from or are discriminated against. The humanitarian crisis resulting from conflicts and violence, as well as natural or man-made disasters, put a heavy burden on the elderly, and they are frequently left out of emergency response efforts. As societies age, disasters and emergencies affect an increasing number of older persons, while their frequency, gravity, and impact have been intensified by climate change, affecting many parts of Asia and Europe. These are some of the striking proofs that the lack of a coherent international legal framework that protects against age discrimination, promotes and protects older persons' rights and dignity continues to have significant practical implications, including for older persons in emergencies. The ASEM Global Aging Center keeps the discussion about improving the human rights of older persons going forward, and ASEF will continue to be your partner. I hope today's forum will inspire renewed commitment, confidence, and determination among all of us to work toward a society where older persons are treated with dignity and respect, and where their independence, participation, and care are ensured. I wish you all a very fruitful event. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Toru Morikawa, for mentioning that, well, the individual effort and also the collective steps should be put together in order to protect the human rights of the older persons. And now we will be having the keynote speech prepared by Michael Ryan, the Executive Director of World Health Organization, who has been at the forefront of managing acute risks to global health for nearly 25 years. Let us watch the keynote speech through the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to speak to you today, especially as this topic is so important, so timely, and close to my heart. The COVID-19 pandemic has revealed many global inequities a disproportionate number of people in the second half of their lives are bearing the brunt of COVID-19 all over the world. Evidence shows that more than 40% of deaths related to COVID-19 have been linked to long-term care facilities, with figures being as high as 80% in these facilities in some high-income countries. COVID-19 has had three different types of impact on older people: the direct and often life-threatening impact on their health, the impact on their social lives and mental health, and the indirect suffering from the impact of the virus on the health system in their countries. Older persons make up a large and increasing number of those affected by emergencies, including natural disasters and conflicts. Available estimates show that in 2020, 12.3% of the population living in fragile countries were aged 50 and over, a percentage that is expected to increase to 19.2% by 2050. A 2020 publication by HelpAge International that included approximately 9,000 interviews with people aged 50 to 80 plus affected by emergencies in 11 countries in Africa, Asia, Latin America and the Middle East revealed that 20% had no access to shelter, 77% had no income, over 60% did not have enough to eat or access to bathing facilities. Older persons are also neglected in funding allocated for humanitarian response. Neglect, isolation, denial of resources, opportunities or services are life-threatening risks for older persons. Health and human rights are intrinsically linked. The right to health is central to WHO's identity and mandate. The right to health for all people means that everyone, regardless of age, economic status, ethnic background, nationality, gender belief, should have access to health services they need, when and where they need them, without suffering financial hardship. Good health is also clearly determined by other basic human rights, including access to safe drinking water and sanitation, nutritious foods, adequate housing, education and safe working conditions. When people are marginalised or face stigma or discrimination, their physical and mental health suffers. The spread of the virus has amplified the spread of ageism, with older adults being wrongly stereotyped as frail, vulnerable and in need of protection. Regrettably, COVID-19 has revealed how prevalent ageism is in our societies. It is present in our institutions, our relationships, and within ourselves. Ageism is not only widespread, but also very damaging to our health and well-being. The WHO, together with the UN partners, launched the first ever UN Global Report on Ageism in March of this year, which provides the best available evidence on the magnitude of the problem, its determinants and impact, and most effective strategies to reduce it. 2020 marked a turning point with the endorsement of the UN Decade of Healthy Aging, 2021 to 2030. The UN Decade of Healthy Aging is the culmination of over 4 years of collaboration between the World Health Organization and many stakeholders and partners across the world. It outlines the following 4 areas which require investment in order to build a better future for older people and protect their human rights. Combating ageism, which is particularly relevant when striving for a human rights-based approach. Discrimination in healthcare is unacceptable and is a major barrier to development. Developing communities that foster the ability of older people. Delivering person-centred, integrated and primary healthcare services responsive to older persons. Current health systems are often better designed to deal with individual acute health conditions than the more complex and chronic health needs that tend to arise with increasing age. And providing older persons who need it with access to quality long-term care, which is essential for people with a significant loss of capacity, as it can enable them to maintain their functional ability, enjoy basic human rights and live with dignity. We need to fundamentally rethink the relationship we have with the older generations and in the way in which we provide care for older persons. Only by protecting the human rights of older persons will countries be truly able to say that they are leaving no one behind in this response. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Michael Ryan of World Health Organization, for your keynote speech through the video. Well, because of the pandemic situation, he was not able to join us on site. However, we truly hope that we will be able to invite him once again here in Seoul in order to have further discussions. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the morning session, as the next session is scheduled to begin at 2 p.m. Korean Standard Time. We will be having a break. Well, thank you very much for tuning in, and I'll be back at 2 o'clock in order to introduce to you the next session. Thank you very much. Once again, as we are about to carry on with our forum, may I ask all the distinguished guests to now take their seats. We will be beginning shortly, so please take your seats. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone, to the ASEM Forum on Human Rights of Older Persons, Present and Future. Well, I hope you enjoyed your lunch and are ready to join us for the first session entitled Older Persons in Health Crisis. For this session, Dr. Jung Jin-sung, a member of the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination and Professor Emeritus of Seoul National University, will be joining us as the moderator. And now let me pass on my mic to the moderator, Dr. Jung.
Thank you very much for your introduction. 점심 잘 드셨습니까? 정진성입니다. Did you have a good lunch and enjoy your rest, 1.5 hours? Thank you very much. I'm very much honored to moderate the first session of this wonderful conference, first ASEM Forum on Human Rights of Older Persons. Yeah, in the morning, we listened to 5 speeches which gave insight to the human rights of older persons, especially in this pandemic situation. From now, we will have 5 sessions. 지은이 선생님 already told in the morning, but I will briefly say again just the title of the sessions. First session is older persons. Yeah, there's no title of the presentation, so I think I have to say what contents we will discuss in the sessions. The first session is older persons in health crisis, and second session will be special session by civil society groups. It's a talk concert. And the third session is older persons in humanitarian crisis. And the fourth session is older persons in climate change and natural disaster. And final session is older persons in emergencies and ageism. So I'm very much honored to moderate the first session of this conference. Yeah. I really congratulate ASEM Global Aging Center to hold this big, wonderful international conference. And also I appreciate all participants online and here at the conference room. And the first session, we have 4 presentations, which will be, unfortunately, remotely. All 4 presentations will be online. And then second presentation by Mr. Matthias. I think they will be going on, or I've heard that Matthias has some technical problem at this moment, and then we are waiting for revising all these technical problems before the end of this session. So we will start the first presentation, and then third and fourth, and then final presentation will be made by Matthias von Schaban-Fliegel. Yes, in this session, this first session, we have 4 presentations: violence, abuse, and neglect during health and emerging crisis, and the older persons in the health crisis, and the intergenerational self-help clubs, and response to COVID-19 pandemic, and older people in health crisis in the case of South Korea. So the first presentation, violence, abuse, and neglect during health and emerging crisis, will be made by Sylvia Perel-Levin, Ms. Sylvia Perel-Levin. She is chair of NGO Committee on Aging. I will give the floor to Madame Sylvia Perel-Levin. Could you start your presentation? Yeah, please.
And thank you for having me with you.
Oh,
so yes.
Just 1 minute. I'm so sorry. Yeah, because we have just 2 hours, I'd like to ask you to finish your presentation within 20 minutes. And yeah. And then we will secure 40 minutes for Q&A for all 4 presentations. So, so you will be longer? Then
I was asked
it's okay, go ahead.
Minutes, but I will do my best. Thank you. And violence at all ages is a global phenomenon, a public health and social issue, and a violation of human rights. To prevent and respond to elder abuse, we need to address the enormous knowledge gaps that exist, especially in situations of health crises and human emergencies. While the domains of public health and human rights frequently overlap, we lack an active integration of human rights principles in health care. Recognizing violence, abuse, and neglect as a human rights violation focuses the attention on governments' legal obligations to comply with signed treaties and commitments. While the health consequences and sequelae of elder abuse have been well documented, warranting an active role of the health sector, the legal repercussions of violence, abuse, and neglect in older age, and the crucial role the legal and international human rights systems can play in its prevention, awareness raising, and redress needs attention. Older persons suffer different forms of violence, abuse, and neglect in the community, within families, and in institutions. Humanitarian handbooks and guidelines state that in situations of emergencies, older persons are at higher risk of violence, including gender-based violence, sexual and domestic violence, exploitation by family members, and more, but we seldom have the hard data to demonstrate the extent of the problem, to prove that correlation between the abuse suffered and the wider context in which it happens. It is necessary to review our understanding in all contexts in order to prevent it and redress it. The COVID pandemic has become the largest global humanitarian emergency in decades. Not only have older persons suffered serious illness and mortality, but they have also been stigmatized, denied basic services, socially isolated, badly treated, and even abandoned to die alone. The extent to which older persons suffer from natural and man-made disasters and their exclusion from healthcare and support, humanitarian assistance, research, and emergency preparedness amount to neglect and structural abuse. And COVID-19 has demonstrated to what extent that is the case. During the pandemic, the infection rate and death rate of older persons, particularly long-term care residents, has been unprecedented. Long-term care facilities have been at the core of the current crisis. Older people living often against their will, in inadequate and often inhuman institutions, have been at the front of the battle against the virus that propagates in congregated spaces. The rampant ageism has been showing its ugliest face to those who may be denied a voice on a regular basis. Before COVID, WHO estimated that 1 in 6 people aged over 60 suffered abuse. That means nearly 141 million people globally. Emerging evidence shows that during the pandemic, the levels of violence, abuse, and neglect have increased both at home and in institutions. A few examples. A study in the US showed that 1 in 5 older people has experienced elder abuse during the pandemic. It was a jump of nearly 84% over pre-pandemic US estimates. In Ontario, Canada, the Senior Safety Line reported a 250% increase in cases. HelpAge reported an increase of calls for help in Nepal, Democratic Republic of Congo, Kyrgyzstan, and Jordan. And research conducted by HelpAge International in Malawi, Moldova, and Pakistan provides some evidence of increased violence, abuse, and suggests that prevention and response have not been adequately considered in COVID-19 responses and recovery plans. Amnesty International reported and analyzed the abandonment of care institutions by their staff in Spain that had shocked the news outlets and shocked us all. Human Rights Watch reported concerns of neglect in nursing homes in the US. The confinement of older persons in care homes during COVID brought to the fore a deeper discussion about the increased risk of abuse and neglect that older persons, and particularly older persons with dementia, suffer in long-term care institutions. The suspension of inspections and family visits increased the isolation of residents and the already high risk of violence. We have witnessed serious cases of abandonment and neglect, lack of personal protective equipment and practices, increased physical and chemical restraints, particularly of people with cognitive decline. And we saw age-based discrimination when hospitals refused to admit older persons, in many cases, particularly those who resided in long-term care institutions. The need for adequate housing and community-based health and social services that respond to the needs and preferences of older persons became apparent. COVID-19 and the measures to contain it exacerbated the risk and actual violence, abuse, and neglect older persons face on a daily basis. And while on one hand we saw the distressing images of sub-abandoned care homes, on the other, the hidden abuse became further hidden behind walls and locked doors. Moreover, the chronicity of understaffed and undervalued services for older persons became more acute. Despite being a highly demanding job, care workers receive little training, very low salaries, and low social acknowledgement and support. We are not yet out of the current pandemic, but we should ensure that by the next epidemic or other crisis, older persons will not become trapped in settings that have turned into prisons under the pretext of an emergency situation. The solution is not to amend or improve the existing facilities. The whole premise of long-term care and support must be reconsidered to the benefit of home and community-based services that are human rights-based. There can be no service for older people that does not fully respect their autonomy and human rights, including the right to adequate standards of living, the right to live independently in the community. While the situation in long-term care institutions is dire, we also know that most older people live at home and suffer violence, abuse, and neglect in the community. But besides limited data from a small number of countries and some sensationalist headlines, abuse remains a taboo, a hidden topic. In a survey by Hourglass UK in June 2020, 34.4% of the respondents did not even consider domestic abuse or domestic violence directed towards an older person as a form of abuse. And data from the same organization from April to September 2020 show that 20% of calls pertain to abuse by a partner, while 38% concern to a son or daughter. They consistently find that the vast majority of abuse is perpetrated by family members in the older person's own home. So the deeply rooted ageist practices became also apparent in the lack of transparent data. We didn't know how many people were actually dying, in enforced confinement and forced isolation, in the lack of access to palliative care and other essential services, and in the negative demeaning portrayal of older persons, including hate speech in the media and social media. So COVID-19 has put governments around the world to the test, most failing miserably. The pandemic highlighted the tragic results of the social inequalities and the fragmentation in public health and community services, and of the rampant discrimination that older persons suffer on a daily basis. The UN Secretary General already in May 2020 warned that the situation and the lockdowns were putting older people further at risk. He also warned that the lack of a legal instrument was detrimental, and that a dedicated international agreed legal framework, the lack of an international legal framework, contributed to the vulnerability of older persons, and that may have contributed to the inadequate response to the COVID-19 pandemic. So, as I said, WHO estimated that 1 in 6 persons suffered abuse before the pandemic, and it strongly believed that more than ever before the prevalence, that the prevalence reported in existing population-based elder abuse studies likely underestimate the true population prevalence. In addition to methodological challenges, elder abuse also surveys carry substantial participation bias in that they exclude individuals with cognitive impairment who could potentially be at higher risk of abuse. And of course, we also know that there are abuse of older women sometimes that carries on throughout the life course. And we know that domestic violence and intimate partner violence against women increased during COVID-19. But we still don't have enough data to know how many women, particularly older women, have been abused or suffered intimate partner violence during the pandemic. I'm trying to go forward because we also need to have caution when calling for increased protection during emergencies, which may result in increased stigma and perpetuation of the stereotypes of even a violation of the autonomy and rights of older persons, as we witnessed during the pandemic. A UN resource claims that age influence and can enhance or diminish a person's capacity to exercise his or her rights. This assumption that age is a single determinant of capacity contradicts the evidence and ignores the multiplicity of factors and increases the perception that all older persons are frail. So we need to remember that often good intentions also can harm. And in fact, older persons feel or become vulnerable because they feel discriminated against. We also need to challenge the myth that in our culture we respect our elders. While it is true that most literature on elder abuse comes from high-income countries, there is enough evidence that elder abuse is a universal phenomenon, that in situations of crisis and or when the elders are destitute of their power or wealth, families and communities can turn against them or ignore them. In some societies, older widows are subject to abandonment, property grabbing, sexual violence, forced marriages, and accusations of witchcraft. No single factor explains why some individuals behave violently towards others or why elder abuse is more prevalent in some communities than in others. Nevertheless, there is strong evidence about the implications of some risk factors such as social isolation, living arrangements, dementia, individual characteristics of the perpetrators, and dependence of the perpetrator on the victim. So that's why we need to take an ecological model and look at the interactions between the individual and contextual factors. Because of lack of time, I'm not going to share my screen and show a graph, but the idea is that we consider violence in the ecological model as a result of the complex interplay between the person's individual characteristics, such as intrinsic capacity or the personal history, the close interpersonal relationships, characteristics of the community in which the person resides, and societal factors such as policies and social norms. So this model allows elder abuse to be linked to the broader social issues such as an emergency crisis or a pandemic. It can also help us to identify the protective measures that we need to take at each level. Lockdowns and other strict restrictions imposed during COVID-19 clearly exemplify the links between these individual, community, and societal levels. The more severe the restrictions applied to older persons led to increased social isolation, putting older persons at higher risk of abuse and neglect, and to extreme cases of total abandonment. The pandemic revealed the urgent need to address the social injustices that put older persons at risk. Also, COVID-19 proven to what extent the legal frameworks to address violence, abuse, and neglect of older persons requires our urgent attention. Despite widespread alarm and distressing reports, the barriers to seek effective redress and remedies not only have received little attention, but also disturbing reports of immunity from liability that have been applied to care institutions in some countries. Too often, national laws or legal processes do not serve the needs of older persons who may seek recourse. Under the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, state parties are required to ensure that any person whose rights or freedoms are violated shall have an effective remedy. However, no international human rights instrument has specifically addressed the barriers facing older persons in accessing justice. Older persons remain invisible and structural barriers go unquestioned. The international human rights framework lacks a comprehensive legal instrument that defines normative standards for the protection of older persons against violence, neglect, and abuse, and that provides guidance for adequate support, remedy mechanisms, and accountability for such violations. An international binding human rights treaty can give member states the tools to ensure that the rights of older persons are protected at all times and provide the platform for accountability. I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your very interesting and insightful presentation, especially I was very much, I thought very important that the government should make disaggregated data by gender, of course, age cohorts, ethnicity, refugee, ethnic groups, socioeconomic status, etc. data anyway. And also stereotyping, she said, isolation, hidden abuses, yeah, urgency, and special measures that should be taken, and so on. So I'm expecting the questions and comments on this presentation. If you have some opinions, comments, and questions, please send it to the chatting box of our Zoom site, right? Then I will move to the third presentation. Yeah, but I've heard good news that Matthias settled the technical problems, so he will give a presentation as a final speakers. Yeah. The third presentation is the intergenerational self-help clubs and response to COVID-19 pandemic, made by Mr. Q.N. Chung. He is a portfolio development and the quality manager of HelpAge International. Yes. Yeah, I will give the floor to Mr. You have 20 minutes, please. Thank you very much in advance.
Hi, my name is Quinn from HealthAge International. Welcome to my presentation on the Intergenerational Self-Help Club, or the ISHC, and its response to COVID-19 pandemic. My presentation will be in 5 parts. Part number 1, who are we? HealthAge International is the secretariat to a global network of organizations working for the rights of all older people to lead dignified, healthy, and secure life. Our network has 148 members in 86 countries across the world. So, what do we want? We want every older person everywhere to be able to say, I enjoy my well-being. I am treated with dignity, and my voice is heard. To achieve this, we have 10 focus areas. 1. Support healthy and active aging. 2. Improve food and income security. 3. Create a society for all ages. 4. Inspire a movement of change for older people. 5. Foster lifelong learning. 6. Promote age-inclusive system. 7. Deliver inclusive humanitarian action. 8. Embrace technology. 9. Take a stand against ageism. 10. And lastly, challenge violence, abuse, and neglect. Our focus on aging over the years has evolved. In the 1980s, most of our focus was on supporting vulnerable older people, such as looking at the care needs of older people. In the 1990s, we expanded our focus to include the needs and wants of all older people, not just those that are vulnerable. In the 2000s, we continue to expand to include also future older people in addition to the current old. In 2010, our focus once again evolved to focus on addressing the implications on population aging. Part 2, Population Aging. This is a graph showing the percent of older people aged 60 years and above in key countries in Asia from 1950 to 2050. As you can see, all countries in the regions, no matter how big or small, high or low income country, are rapidly aging and are following the aging patterns of Japan. Like Japan, Vietnam is rapidly aging and has one of the shortest transition periods from aging 10% to age 20%. In fact, Vietnam has faster aging than China or Japan. Yes, Vietnam is facing rapid aging, but has limited resources to properly respond and take advantage of population aging, like other countries in the region. However, older people are changing. Current and future old are more educated, healthier, wealthier, and more dynamic than past generations. Older people of today and tomorrow is a large, growing, and valuable untapped resources for the family, communities, and the country's sustainable development. They should be included and invested. Part number 3, the Intergenerational Self-Help Club, or the ISAC Development Model. The ISAC Development Model is a development initiative that provides control of the development process, resources, and decision-making authority directly to the community groups. The underlying assumption of the ISHC development models are that the communities is the best judge on how their life can be improved, and if provided with adequate training, information, opportunities, and resources, they can organize themselves to provide for their immediate and long-term need and development. Moreover, the IHHC development model is motivated by their trust in people, and hence it advocates people's full participation and ownership as a powerful force for development. By treating people as an asset and partners in the development process, which will make the model more responsive to local demand, is more inclusive and cost-effective compared to traditional development models. The ISHC development model is cost-effective and affordable for low and low-middle income countries like Vietnam. It is attractive for young and old, men and women, poor and non-poor. It is dynamic, able to be replicated in rural, urban, coastal, and mountainous areas and in all regions of the countries. It is replicable, as evidenced by its rapid growth throughout the countries. It is sustainable, able to continue to operate and grow even after when the funding ends. It is multifunctional, which enables it to meet the wide range of needs and wants of both the young and the old. A typical ISHC has at least 8 core components or main activity grouping, which is based on the top need of its members and communities. The first and most popular component is the social and the cultural component. The aim of this component is to preserve local traditions and customs and promote intergenerational bonding and mutual support. Second is the food and income security, or the pro-poor and age-friendly livelihood. The aim of this component is to improve the income security of its member and help the ISHC to have regular self-generated income for financial sustainability. The third component is the healthy and active aging. The aim of this component is to help improve health status of the ISHCs and community members. The fourth component is the community-based care. The aim of this component is to ensure that care service is accessible to all people that are in need, which consists of four types of care service, which are 1. Social care, 2. Personal care, 3. Medical care, and lastly, living support care. The fifth component is the self-help and the community development component. The aim of this component is to promote a more caring and supportive societies, people helping people. Component 6 is lifelong learning. The aim of this component is to promote regular cross-learning and sharing within the community, especially between the generations. Component 7 is the right and entitlement or legal service. The aim of this component is to help people, especially those most needy, to have access to the rights and entitlement. The last and the eighth component is the resource mobilization component. The aim of this component is to enable the IHHCs to mobilize local resources to meet the needs of its communities and its members. The ISHC self-generated income will steadily increase as it grows older and have more experience. A typical ISHC will be financially sustainable when it is 1 to 2 years old. The 8 core component of the ISHC is the key for the popularities and success of the ISHC development model in Vietnam and in the region. By August 2020, 3,412 ISHC have been established in 61 out of 63 provinces and cities in the country and directly benefiting more than 4 million people annually. With the new Prime Minister Decision 1336, the number of ISHC is targeted to grow to 6,500 by the end of 2025. Awards and recognition. The IHHC has received many awards and recognition, such as the grand prize winner of the Healthy Aging Prize for Asian Innovation. Second, was selected as best practice in achieving SDG. And lastly, was selected as best practice in healthy aging by WHO. National scale-up. If the government of Vietnam invests just 0.02% of its 2019 GDP per year for 10 years, the funding will be enough to establish 100,000 multifunctional, self-managed, and sustainable ISCs in the country, or one IHHC in every village or urban communities in the countries. Part 4. The Intergenerational Self-Help Club COVID-19 Response. Vietnam and COVID-19. The first reported COVID-19 case was on 15 February 2020, and by the end of August 2021, there were more than 400,000 reported COVID-19 cases and over 10,000 reported deaths. Close to 90% of the reported cases and deaths were in the Red Delta and the Mekong Delta. To support the ISHC with their activity during COVID-19 pandemic, HealthAge International in Vietnam developed the COVID-19 manual for ISHC and local partners. To find out what were the ISHC COVID-19 intervention and their impact, HealthAge International in Vietnam conducted a rapid situation assessment of 111 ISHC from 9 provinces in the Red Delta, of which 100 ISHC were found to have COVID-19 intervention. These were their activities. ISHC conducted rapid needs assessment of the most at-risk and needy households. The list is then presented to and certified by local authority for future relief support. Even though the government of Vietnam has numerous interventions to mitigate the impact of COVID-19, however, there were still many remaining needs and gaps. Therefore, the ISHC expanded the local resource mobilization targeting government office, private sectors, faith-based organizations, and individual donors. The ISHC representatives were invited to local COVID-19 coordination meetings. The ISHC were considered important key players in local COVID-19 control and mitigation efforts. The ISHC provided volunteers to man community checkpoints and recorded visitors' temperatures and information, prepared meal service for staff and volunteers at community checkpoints, conducted regular COVID-19 communication and dissemination activities such as providing updates to stay connected with members through regular phone calls. 2. Raise awareness on COVID-19 through community loudspeakers. 3. Set up online chat group to share COVID-19 information and provide door-to-door COVID-19 ISEC materials and encourage good practice. Supported local authorities and other organizations to conduct mobile information and dissemination. HealthAge International in Vietnam produces standardized COVID-19 message recording which the ISHC can use in their community loudspeaker information sharing activities. Mainstream new normal practice in the ISHC activities such as social distance, wearing face masks, hand washing, and regular temperature check. Support provincial health department to make liquid soap for distribution. Support local health department to conduct information sessions for trainers on the proper usage of face masks and hand wash with soap. Distribution of face masks and liquid soap. Distribution of emergency food and cash assistance to needy households. Provided special care package for older old and those that are frail. The 100 ISHC that had COVID-19 intervention had a total of 949 home care providers, providing regular home care service to 461 clients. Provide information to care provider on how to protect themselves and their client. ISHC links with local commune health station and or retired health workers to provide regular medical checkup for their care client at home. Home care volunteers provide medical escort service to health checkup and follow-up treatment. ISHC also have social development fund which can be used to provide financial support to needy families to cover their out-of-pocket medical costs. The ISHC living support activity included shopping, meal delivery, running errands, house repair, and farm and yard work. ISHC regularly conduct environmental sanitation improvement in their community such as village cleanup, improvement, and disinfection days. Many ISHC also conduct their daily physical exercise online to promote stay active and healthy during COVID-19 lockdown. Encourage members to write and share poems and writings on COVID-19 prevention to boost positive thinking and localize COVID-19 message. To disseminate COVID-19 information widely throughout the country, HealthAge, in partnership with the Ministry of Health and UNFPA, developed a series of COVID-19 awareness and training videos, such as basic information on COVID-19 for older people, 10 things older people need to pay attention during COVID-19, how to protect older people in nursing home during COVID-19, care for older people at home during COVID-19, COVID-19 and older people, information for family members, guidance on quarantine at home for older people during COVID-19, and COVID-19 vaccination and older people. Part 5. Finding and Conclusion. The ISHC can greatly support local development and emergency response if they are included. ISHC can help state agencies reach those most difficult to reach like those living alone, bedridden, and extremely poor. Long-term collaboration between IHACs and local government service providers can increase effectiveness of service and relief support. joint resource mobilization between IHSC, the private and public sector can greatly increase fundraising success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Q.N. Trans. It is really good. It is really good to know the successful activities at the community level initiated by HelpAge International in Vietnam. I think that would be an excellent practices for the improvement of human rights of the older persons, which other countries can follow, can try. Thank you very much again. And at the screen, I can see only 3 speakers. And we need your face when we have a question and answer times. You have to appear, so please turn on the Zoom camera in the session, during the session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And then we are moving to the next presentation. It is older people in health crisis, made by Kwon-Sung-man 선생님. He is president of Korea Health Industry Development Institute. Please go ahead. I expect the Korean cases of abuse of the elderly people. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I share my screen? Okay, got it. Can you see my screen? Okay, thank you for inviting me to this meeting. I'm a professor at Seoul National University, but currently on the leave of absence and work as the president of in a government agency called Korea Health Industry Development Institute. So today I'd like to share with you that the experience of COVID-19 crisis in Korea. I mean, not entirely with focus on older people, but a bit of a focus on old people in this COVID-19 pandemic crisis. So first, let me briefly overview what is going on in this pandemic COVID-19 crisis. Well, compared to other countries, I think Korea has been performing relatively well in terms of the response to COVID-19. Usually the performance of government response or societal response to COVID-19 can be measured by several health-related indicators such as cumulative death or daily new confirmed cases. And as you can see in this PPT, of course, there's a wave. This is the first wave at the beginning of 2020, and the second wave in around the summertime of last year. And we have a third wave around the end of last year and the beginning of this year. And we currently have a kind of a end stage of the wave 4. So there's some increase in the number of confirmed cases in each wave, but in terms of the cumulative death, Korea, the number of deaths per capita in Korea is among the lowest in the entire OECD countries. So we are doing better than others. Let me give you some comparisons. This is just the examples of so-called Northeast Asian countries: Korea, China, USA, Japan, Russia, and Mongolia. So this is the daily new confirmed cases of COVID-19, and the highest one is of the USA. And then Russia is very high number of confirmed cases, followed by Japan. And this is Korea, and this is Mongolia. It's a big increase in the number of confirmed cases in Mongolia and China. And also in terms of the cumulative death, this lowest is Mongolia, but sharp increase. And Korea, as you can see, that the number of confirmed cases in Korea is lower than others. And one of those important response measures for COVID-19 is aggressive testing, because this COVID-19 is an infectious pandemic. So early detection of patients and isolation of the cases and tracing of the contact is a very important step to respond to the COVID-19. So the new testing or testing capacity is quite important. So although these days, most countries in the world are testing, performing tests in a very large scale, but at the early stage, like the beginning of last year, Korea is one of the countries that adopted a very mass scale aggressive testing strategy for COVID-19. And then, as you know, these days the vaccine is a game changer. Okay, so probably the vaccination is one of the key to overcome this COVID-19 pandemic crisis. So as you can see, China has the highest vaccination rate, followed by Mongolia, US, South Korea, Japan is similar. But this is already is a data like 1.5 months or 2 months ago. So as of a few days ago, the total vaccination rate in Korea is already over 70%. So government is targeting a 80% full vaccination. And I think this is a very important step. And in terms of a priority in vaccination, as you know, the mortality rate is the highest among the elderly. So protection of older people is the best strategy to minimize the fatality from COVID-19 crisis. So like other countries, Korea first vaccinated the most vulnerable population, namely older people. And that contributed significantly to reducing the fatality among older people. Of course, compared to other population groups, still, fatality in older people is very high in Korea, but compared to other countries, it's lower. So then let me show you the challenge why COVID-19 is so big threat to older people. So this is the fatality rate in early last year by age groups. As you can see that for those below like a 60, the fatality is almost zero. And fatality among the ages of 60 to 69 are slightly increasing. And then you can see the rapid increasing fatality for the 70s, and for the 80s, it's so high. Like as of May last year, about a quarter of those confirmed cases over 80 years old, they passed away. So you can see that this COVID-19 is a really critical the health issues for older people. So that means how to protect the older people is the key. And in terms of the total number of COVID-19 deaths by age, sorry, this is a bit of Korean, but this is over 80, this group, and this is ages 70 to 79. So more than 1,000 casualties occurred for those over 80 years old. and about more than 600 mortality casualty happened for those in the age group of 70s to 79. And in terms of those mortality rate, as I mentioned a bit earlier, this, like for those over 80, is a half. So very high mortality rate, fatality for old people. And for those in the 70s, it's more than quarter, 27% fatality in the case of COVID-19. So again, it shows that how older people are vulnerable to COVID-19. And this is a similar figure, but slightly different ways to show how serious the COVID-19 for the old people. And although as I mentioned, we performed better than others, but still, we have experienced a mass infection of COVID-19 in long-term care facilities and long-term care hospitals. So these are the newspaper coverage, like one mass infection in Incheon, mass infection in Gyeongsan, and another serious infections in Daejeon and Pyeong. So you can see that old people are quite vulnerable to this infection, and that means that the protection of old people is important, not only from equity perspective, but also from efficiency in terms of the management of these pandemic issues. So let me briefly overview the key lessons, what we learned from this COVID-19, from a health policy perspective, because I'm a health economist and health policy expert. So this pandemic crisis clearly shows the importance of health system resilience. We need to invest in health system. We need to invest in the pandemic preparedness. And we clearly understand and acknowledge that investment in health is not only for the health purpose, but good investment in health, good preparedness for health means that we have a better economic performance. Because if you compare the economic performance of Korea and other countries, probably, Korea also experienced some reduction in economic performance, but the magnitude is smaller than other countries. So this COVID-19 case clearly shows that the interconnectedness of health and economy. And these days, as a part of this SDGs, we all emphasize the importance of universal health coverage, but some people have a misunderstanding that UHC means a coverage of just medical services, but no, UHC covers not only the treatment, but also a broad population and public health services like prevention, testing, and treatment of infectious disease and pandemic. And also a quality of care for older people is the key. As I briefly showed you in the previous slides, there's a serious infections, mass infections in geriatric hospitals and long-term care facilities. So like Korea, still we have a standard ward consists of 6 beds, but it's time to increase the standard or the quality of care for geriatric facilities such that we should have a standard ward with no more than 4 beds, or even better with 2 beds. So we should improve the overall standard and quality of care for all the people. So also we need to increase or upgrade the requirement and standard for health personnel, because how many people, how many nurses, how many care providers are caring old people in those facilities is the key indicator for the quality of care for all the people. And it's not really, I told you that older people are the most vulnerable population in this pandemic crisis, but there are also other types of vulnerable population, like poor people, daily workers, small size business or self-employed, and immigrants. So these are the vulnerable population. And when government introduce a very aggressive social distancing, then all this vulnerable population, they take a disproportionately large burden of the social distancing. So when countries implement a social distancing or pandemic policy, we should pay attention, not the overall population, but more importantly, on the impact on this vulnerable population. How about the school closure? I mean, school closure has been implemented in many countries, but when the school is closed and the change it into a internet-based classes, we can easily expect there's an increasing gap in the academic performance among the students with different socioeconomic status. I mean, students in poor family, they experience a drastically decreased performance in schools. So we should take concern of this social impact of this government policy. So in that sense, it's more efficient to have a very targeted policy, and we need a targeted, differentiated policy measures, targeted at facilities, targeted at population groups based on the risk assessment. And as I mentioned, we need to have a much better protection. We should have a much better protection for all the people. And governance, as a response to this COVID-19, coordination, collaboration between health and social sectors, and also health and welfare systems are so important. For example, economic relief measures are implemented by the Ministry of Finance, which is important the measure to respond to COVID-19, and also strengthen the social welfare system in the community is the key to support the vulnerable population, especially the vulnerable old people living in the community level. And also governance means that coordination among different levels of government, like the central, provincial, and local government, and also coordination among public and private sectors are also important, because when you have a mass scale of testing and treatment, private sector healthcare providers also join the system. And I'd like to examine the role of so-called evidence-based policy, because many countries adopted this social distancing, and we know that the no social distancing is disastrous. We need some social distancing, but full social distancing and lockdown cannot be enforced. So what we are concerned is, what is the impact or effectiveness of the social distancing between no and full social distancing? And unfortunately, in many countries, social distancing policy is not really based on evidence, clear evidence. What is the impact of social distancing on the mobility and infection, especially on the impact on older people, vulnerable population, is often ambiguous, because that key, we have a very important intermediate variable, like a face mask. So face mask may be more important than the social distancing. And it may be, more effective in terms of reducing infection and reducing mortality overall. But it seems that many governments, including Korea, seems to rely too much on the social distancing, which have a very negative impact on the vulnerable population, including the older people. So, we should have a big picture perspective when we design a policy response to the COVID-19. Not only a medical perspective, but also from a more social perspective, its impact on the society and its impact on the vulnerable population, and especially its impact on the older people. This is just sorry, don't have time to explain, but I just showed it, the policy stringency is how strong is the social distancing and its impact on the mobility of the people. And you can see that there's no real strong relation between social distancing stringency and government mobility. And also, this is the government stringency index and COVID-19 confirmed cases. Again, the relation is not very clear. So what I'm emphasizing is that we need to have an evidence-based approach, and we should not overestimate the impact of social distancing. Rather, we need to pay more attention to the protection of the vulnerable population rather than a broad level of social distancing for all population. Finally, this is my final slide. So, I mean, what is the best policy for this pandemic crisis? I'm proposing that we should aim at the minimization of the mortality rather than the minimization of the confirmed cases, and we should minimize the negative impact on the society, on the economy, and also on the vulnerable population. And because the majority of the COVID-19 cases have no symptoms, but fatal impact, fatality, mortality on older people, and also those with existing health problems are the crucial. So more effective policy will be the focusing on these older people and focusing on those with existing health problems, and also focusing on the vulnerable population, including immigrants and vulnerable population in our society, in the community. So just, instead of focusing on the number of confirmed cases, we need to focus on the severe cases and health system performance, health system capacity to treat those severe cases. Then we could have better performance in the COVID-19. And also, basically this COVID-19 is a big threat to our society. However, we cannot eliminate this COVID-19. Our perspective, more realistic and more kind of a reasonable perspective is to how to adjust to this COVID-19 and how to mitigate the negative impacts of COVID-19 in our society, rather than attempting to eliminate this COVID-19 virus or COVID-19 cases. Over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kwon. And he showed mass infection in LTC facilities in Korea and high COVID-19 fatalities there. And I remember that there was a strong public opinion that the special measures should be urgently taken to improve the conditions of LTC facilities. And thank you very much again. And now we will move to the last presentation by Mr. Matthias von Schwanenfliegel. It is really good to settle your technical problem, and we welcome to join our session finally. Yeah, Mr. Matthias already interpreted. Von Fliegel is a Director General, Federal Ministry for Foreign Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth, Germany. Yeah, his presentation is older persons in health crisis, maybe in case of Germany. Please, you have also 20 minutes. Go ahead, please. Mr. Matthias von, already, again, this technical problem. I saw his face on the screen before. It disappeared. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, very well.
Hello? And can you see me?
Yes, we can see you, Matthias.
Can you see my slides? Hello? Oh my God.
Hello, Mr. Schwanenfliegel. We hear you very well, and you can go ahead.
Okay. I'm just trying to get the trying to share my slides with you. Can you see my slides?
No.
Madam? Oh my God. Oh, can you see my slides now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that, and sorry about my technical problems. I'm really honored that you invited me to this conference, but in a way, it's a real pity that we can't meet each other face to face in the lovely city of Seoul. Looking at the German situation, in June and July 2020, the German Center of Gerontology conducted a short survey on the effects of the corona crisis as part of the German Aging Survey. The survey focused on changes in various areas of life that occurred as a result of the pandemic among people in the second half of life, so persons over the age of 50. Among other things, the respondents provided information on whether there were disadvantages or treated badly because of their age. In addition, it is important in which areas of life they experienced this disadvantage. The survey therefore asked about experienced age discrimination in medical care as well as in everyday life, like shopping. In summer 2020, the majority, that means 94.6% of people aged 50 to 90 reported not having been discriminated because of their age since mid-March 2020, the beginning of the pandemic. But more than every 20th person, that means 5.4%, reported having experienced age discrimination. There are no clear differences by age or gender in experienced age discrimination in all age groups, 50 to 90, as well as among women and men. Around 5% each report having experienced age discrimination. That's what you can see on this slide. Older persons were negatively affected by the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic in a number of ways, as the General Secretary of the UN wrote in a policy brief in May 2020 with the title, "The Impact of COVID-19 on Older Persons." Loneliness caused by restrictions and social distancing were only some of the threats. We have just heard about it of Korea. Older persons were more often affected by COVID-19 than younger persons as a result of hospital treatment. The number of 80-year-old older people who died was 8% higher in 2020 than in 2019 in Germany. Several groups of older persons were especially affected by the consequences of COVID-19. Persons in care facilities, persons suffering from cognitive impairment or suffer from dementia, as well as LGBTIQ persons, to name some. In the following, I'm going to focus mainly on persons suffering from dementia, as well as on LGBTIQ persons. Older people may be particularly affected by emergency situations if they have cognitive impairment or suffer from dementia. This has also become clear during the COVID-19 pandemic, which has affected people with dementia in particular. They fell ill and died more frequently, suffered more from the consequences of social isolation, and were at risk of having less access to care systems. The National Dementia Strategy, which was adopted by the federal government in 2020 and is to be implemented by 2026, addresses the needs and demands of people with dementia and their families, also in crisis situations. Important measures include improving education and free counseling, easing the burden on family carers, to name prevention for instance, and helping to resolve family conflicts through domestic long-term care. Better consideration will also be given to the needs of people with a migrant background. For example, the telephone advice service provided by the Alzheimer Gesellschaft, the Alzheimer helpline, was extended to include foreign language services. People are also at risk because of their gender identity and sexual orientation. As they grow older, LGBTIQ persons are included, increasingly dependent on structures for geriatric care and medical care, especially as they are more often without children and can rely on less family support. However, they often remain invisible in institutions and withdraw because of they fear rejection and exclusion due to their previous biographical experience. In turn, nursing and long-term care facilities are hardly equipped to meet the needs of queer senior citizens. Open communication, expression of sexual orientation, equal treatment, and self-determined living in old age are called into question here. In order to improve this situation, the Federal Ministry for Family Affairs, Senior Citizen, Women and Youth is supporting a coordination center called Queer in Old Age to open up geriatric care to LGBTIQ people. The coordination center provides direct and cross-agency advice, offers regional information events and other services for providers of geriatric care facilities. In addition, a practical handbook and modules for continuing vocational training in facilities for geriatric care have been developed. In addition, to improve the quality of geriatric care for LGBTIQ persons in the facilities, the aim is to increase public visibility as a LGBTQIQ sensitive institution, for instance, rainbow flags. This services to reduce prejudice and discrimination and to raise awareness in society. Coming to other measures, the Federal Ministry also addresses the issue of violence and aggressive behavior in residential care facilities as part of initial and further vocational training in care professions. A special care hotline of the federal government provides specific assistance to caregiving relatives. It gives advice on different questions about older persons and care. And this helpline was especially crucial during the pandemic. And we could see that the calls went up every day. Further on, the federal government supports different projects and senior citizens organizations to improve the situation of older persons in daily life. One example for such a program is the, we call it Digital Angel, secure, practical, helpful. That was introduced by the federal government in 2019. The aim of the program is to increase digital participation and competences of older persons. And we could see that this was especially important and crucial during the pandemic. A mobile advisory team teaches everyday digital skills to older persons at home, especially in rural areas. As the COVID-19 pandemic showed that the digital skills support older persons to take part in many spheres of lives and support to combat loneliness among older persons. Now let's go to the European Union and the regional and global endeavors. Many regional and global endeavors have been made to resolve these problems. On the level of the European Union, the EU Commission introduced a green paper on aging that is currently discussed in the Union. Further on, there are many discussions in the EU about topics that are important for older persons. During Germany's presidency of the Council of the EU from June until December last year, we also organized an online conference together with Age Platform, Europe and BAXO, the German senior citizens organization, with the topic Strengthening Older People's Rights in the Times of Digitalization. Lessons learned from COVID-19. A link to the YouTube version of the conference is in my presentation. Have a look. And unfortunately, we couldn't meet face to face. I would have liked it much more, but still, the conference was a success and it was very interesting, and we had many interesting discussions. Further on, the EU member states agreed on Council conclusions on called Human Rights, Participation and Well-being of Older Persons in the Era of Digitalization. Germany is also actively involved in the UNECE Standing Working Group on Aging in Geneva. That deals with the implementation of MIPA and the regional implementation strategy in the UNECE region. The Standing Working Group on Aging discusses current topics on aging, organizes policy seminars, writes policy briefs about different topics, for instance, also about older persons in emergency situations. And have a look, find the link in the presentation to the working documents. In June 2020, there will also be a ministerial conference on aging of the 56 UNECE member states on how to progress regarding topics of aging in the region. On a global level, the World Health Organization is also quite active concerning older persons. The Decade of Healthy Aging, 2021 to 2030, was introduced, making healthy aging one of the major topics during the next 10 years. This means a decade of concerted global action on healthy aging to ensure that older people can fulfill their potential in dignity and equality in a healthy environment. Together with the global campaign to combat ageism that aims to change the narrative around age and aging and how to create a world for all ages, there are many activities planned to bring the topic of aging and to combat ageism on the worldwide agenda. The hashtag A World for All Ages was created in this context to promote the action. Now let's have a look at the Open-Ended Working Group on Aging, which is the main international framework that deals with the rights of older persons. And that means the working group, the Open-Ended Working Group on Aging, meets regularly once a year to discuss how best strengthening older people's rights. And we meet around Easter every year, and we meet in New York at the UN headquarters. Germany actively supports the discussion in the Open-Ended Working Group on Aging. We recently adjusted in Germany our position, and we are now committed to resolving any possible gaps in protecting older people's human rights at international level. That's a slight change in our position, but I want to point it out, and I think it's quite interesting. That's why Germany also co-founded, together with our colleagues and friends in Austria, an OHCHR study into normative gaps in the protection of human rights in 2020 that will be discussed in detail in the upcoming Open-Ended Working Group on Aging in 2022. We are convinced that this study is a great base for further in-depth discussion to resolve the problems. The conclusion of the different initiatives and activities on national, regional, and international level are for us that human rights have no expiry date. We are convinced that the discussion in the Open-Ended Working Group on Aging needs to be strengthened and is important to also come to intergovernmentally negotiated outcomes of each session. And that's important because at the end of each session, we have to have a kind of concerted outcome. That's very important, so that we know what we talked about last year, so that we know that next year as well. So that's very important, and we support the chair in this. That's why we also want to have an in-depth discussion of the OHCHR study of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, that we also translated into German together with our Austrian friends. I'm deeply convinced that we need to strengthen all international debates, programs, initiatives, and all instruments and groups that support older persons and older persons' rights, and what we have to make use of the various initiatives, engage in it. We need to join forces and fight together for the rights of older persons. We further see international exchange of best practices as important points that help older persons as well as national, regional, and international legislation and programs to combat ageism and improve the lives of older persons. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Mr. Shivanen Fliegel provided the measures taken by German government, EU, and the United Nations, including WHO and Open-Ended Working Group on Aging. Now we finish listening the 4 speakers' presentations. I received several questions to all 4 speakers, And I will read very quickly the questions and then give the floor to one by one for all speakers for answering the questions. The first question to Ms. Sylvia Perel-Levin. It is useful to assess risk factors that older persons face at different levels. However, these are analytical differentiation or categorization, and these are difficult to be separable in reality. What would be the biggest advantage of assessing these risks in this way, and how individual and social factors interplay, and what level is more determinant? Very complicated question. And to Mr. Matthias von Schebanen-Fliegel. One, you said that the National Dementia Strategy was adopted in 2020 and to be implemented by 2026. Could you talk more about the contents of the National Dementia Strategy? Why is to be taken for the next 6 years to implement it? Are there any plans after 2026? Second, how do you think about the possibility to establish the UN Convention of Older Persons' Human Rights? And to Mr. Q.N. Trung, it is really interesting to know that ISHC works well in ASEAN countries, including Vietnam. Can you think of any reason or social or cultural specific features that make it work better? Do you think ISHC allows that the countries that adopted ISHC to respond more effectively to save older persons during the COVID-19 pandemic? Finally, Professor Sun-Man Kwon, while Korea's response to COVID-19 has often seen as relatively successful compared that other countries, older people accounted for 90% of all COVID-19 mortality. What are the strengths and weaknesses of Korea's response? And second question to Professor Kwon is, can you tell us more about legal and organizational reform enacted after the MERS that make Korea's response more effective than other countries? What is the essence of these legal and organizations, and can it be applicable to other countries? Yeah. This is first round of the Q&A session. First, Madame Sylvia Perel-Levin, could you answer the questions to you, please?
Thank you. It's a very good question, and it's a complex question, as the moderator said. It's a complicated question. The risk factors at the individual level have actually been used a lot as a way of identifying, screening or recognizing signs or risk of elder abuse. But the truth is there is not enough evidence to prove assumed risk factors to be the case of a real or the only risk factors. For example, functional impairment, rather than being a risk factor in itself, may diminish greatly the capacity of an older person to defend him or herself. So it's not, we should never assume that every older person, because is dependent or because has a disability, is at higher risk of abuse. And that's why we cannot separate. It will never be enough if we don't not take into account the wider social context in which the older person lives or the relationship that the person has, and the community services that that exist in the community the older person lives. And as I said, also we cannot detach them from the wider societal legal or framework or discrimination that happens, and that what happens at the social level permeated into the other levels. So we need to understand why a caregiver, if we are talking about a person with needs of care, why a caregiver may or may not, because it's not the fact that stress that the caregiver may have or the lack of adequate services is not necessarily a risk for everybody, because not all stress caregivers do, in fact, become violent. So that's why we cannot assume that one risk factor in itself can explain the actual abuse and violence. We do need to do research into individual levels, but we cannot detach them from the realities in which we live. I hope that answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then Mr. Matthias Schubermann-Flieger. Very difficult to pronunciation. But I learned German language when I take the entrance examination to university.
Well, you're doing a really good job. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the two questions, which are very important. The first question was regarding our national dementia strategy until 2026. The strategy works in four different fields: research and helping people with dementia, helping the families, and improving the structures. And I said, for instance, that we have this helpline, with that we improved this helpline, we try to improve the situation of people, of the families, who suffer sometimes quite a lot, especially during the times of the pandemic. So there are many different projects we put on the way, and we're realizing until 2026. And the question was, what's going to happen after 2026? It's quite it's quite a long way until 2026, and we will see what's going to happen then. But if we put in practice all the projects we have on our agenda, I think people who suffer from dementia and their families will have a little better life. So at the moment, we are kind of happy that that the German government decided on this strategy, and our job is to improve the situation and to put in practice all the projects. Coming to the second question, the UN Convention, what's the German position on UN Convention on the rights of older people? Well, as I said, we kind of changed our position from discussing the issue in either way, saying neither yes or no to a convention, to, well, we want to find gaps, or we want to, no, we don't want to find gaps. We want to find out if there are any gaps in the international framework. And we say that we want to close these gaps in what way ever. So we have not come to the position where we say we want a convention. But we've come to the position where we say, if there are any gaps, we want to close them. And as I explained, we co-sponsored this study of OHCHR, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, together with Austria, to find out if there are any gaps. And the study is really good. I recommend reading it. It's very fruitful. And now it's the time that we discuss the study and that we kind of get an agreement on, are there any gaps? Yes or no? I think there might be some gaps while reading the study. So let's have a fruitful discussion the next meeting of the Open-Ended Working Group on Aging in New York next year at Easter. So, and then we will see. So that's how the German position regarding the Open-Ended Working Group on Aging kind of slightly changed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then Mr. Kyuen Chan, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Before I start, I would like to thank KOICA, the government of Korea, and also Help Aid Korea for the ongoing support in the development and promotion of the intergenerational self-help club in Vietnam, and is now replicating in other countries in the region by others. So the first question is, what makes the intergenerational self-help club development so successful, so popular, so attractive? My simple answer would be because it responds to the need of the people, the need as well as the want of the people, young and old, men and women, the poor and non-poor. It's like the smartphone. It has so many apps that it can respond to the need of my wife, my daughter, my parents, and myself. And that is why it's so attractive. And now you go to a subway in Seoul, in Korea, you see everybody having a smartphone in their hand. Yes? Why? Because it responds to their need and wants. And that is the
Mr. Trang, you are muted now. Could you check your microphone, please?
Okay, so for the second question about sharing with other countries, would it work in other countries? Actually, we have already replicated this model that was supported by Korea to replicate in other countries in the region, like in Bangladesh, Indonesia, Cambodia, and other countries, and were found to be very successful. Similar reason, because it responds to their own need. They can modify, they can adapt it to the need and the situation of their communities, and that is why we have found it, and we are quite confident that it will be replicable in other countries as well, beyond just Asia to other regions. So at the end of this year, we will have a sharing event to share this model in Africa as well as in other regions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Professor Kwon, please.
Thank you. You're right. Korea had a very good policy learning from the experience, actually from the failure of the response to MERS. A couple of years ago, MERS is Middle East Respiratory Syndrome. At that time, Korea had large infections, and some fatalities. Of course, MERS was not a big pandemic compared to this COVID-19, but Korea had some good experience out of this MERS, and very important policy reforms were made. For example, Korea learned the importance of the government agency dealing with this crisis or pandemic or infectious disease. So Korea upgraded government agencies, so-called Center for Disease Control, and rapidly increased the personnel and the funding budgets. And also at that time, we learned the importance of the testing policy. So very rapid testing, aggressive testing is a key step as a response to a pandemic. And also, we learned the importance of the governance. because at that time there was some issue about what is the role of the central government, like a central ministry of health and welfare, and also what is the role of the local government, like a city government of Seoul. So we implemented a good governance system and alert system, like alert system level 1, level 2, level 3, things like that. And we also learned the importance of this contact tracing and isolation. So Korea revised the law, infectious disease prevention and control law, to make it possible to have a aggressive contact tracing and disseminate the information about the contact tracing to the public and isolate the people. However, now let's move to the pros and cons of the Korean response, such that, I mean, the issues of the role of the Center for Disease Control, or which was further expanded to Korea Disease Control Agency. So important to have this agency budget of governance structure, testing. That is kind of a universal policy lessons for other countries. But the issue of contact tracing, I mean, aggressive contact tracing, dissemination of the information of the contact tracing to the public, and isolation, it is a very delicate issue, especially from like a human right and privacy issues. So it seems that Korean population seems to, I mean, overall accept the importance of this contact tracing in an emergency situation. But I'm not sure whether other countries can adopt this type of contact tracing, because there's a lot of, I mean, potential. It's a bit of culture driven. So this type of policy should be adopted based on a social discussion, I mean, discussions in the society and consensus. Otherwise, it might cause some problems. Like, I mean, when we first experienced COVID-19 pandemic at the beginning of last year, I raised a lot of issues, potential human rights issues related with contact tracing. But it seems that I realized that overall, people's acceptance level is very high. But still, we should pay attention to the potential failure, potential sacrifice that this policy might cause. And also another key critical controversial issue is what is the best way to protect the old people. Like that last year, in order to protect the people, all the people in geriatric hospitals and long-term care facilities, government blocked the visit by family members. So of course, it can contribute to the containment of infections, reduce the mortality, but if when there's no family visit for more than half year or like a year, what would happen to the mental health of all the people in the facilities? So I wonder that what is the best policy? So for example, whether we have an alternative testing policy such that like an easy testing at the entrance of this long-term care facilities, such that family members can visit with this rapid test, and then they can still see the family members of all the people. That might help. So it might be controversial, but it's a good lesson to think about over.
Thank you very much. There is no more question. And now I'd like to ask all speakers to make a few final remarks. For 2 minutes each, please. There is no order. Who will speak first? 2 minutes. Otherwise, I will order. Yeah, madam. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, but this, I mean, for me as a social scientist, I think this pandemic crisis is not just a health issue, but it's a social issue. So we should have a correct paradigm to view this crisis and approach this or overcome this issue not only from a pure health medical issues, but also what is the best social policy measures and approaches, and especially what is the best way to protect the vulnerable population, including older people. But older people is is one of vulnerable population. There are other types of vulnerable people in our society, like immigrant people, poor people. So we should really pay attention to this vulnerable population in our response to this COVID-19. And also we should pay attention not only to the physical health measures, but also like mental health, all those issues that this pandemic crisis may cause. So in conclusion, we should have a broader perspectives and what is the benefits and cost, and what is the best way to protect the vulnerable population. Over. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Kwon. And then next, I'd like to ask Mr. Kyu and Chung, please.
Yes, thank you very much. First, I would like to thank ASEM Global Aging Center for inviting me to present in this auspicious event. The one thing that I really like to share with you is that Health Age International have promoted Older People Association, especially now the intergenerational one, for the last 30 years. So we have a lot of resources that are available. So if you're interested, please contact us. Another thing that we would like to see is that we change our approach. In the past, we looked at older people as very vulnerable. So when you see people as vulnerable, your intervention is different. You see them as very different. However, if you see older people as invaluable resources, as dynamic, then your intervention will be very, very different. And so the creation of this model was seeing older people as not as vulnerable, but as a resources. And the vast majority of the older people are resources. They can take care of themselves and the family and the community if they are included and if they are invested with training, with proper resource investment. They can be. And they can take care of those that are in need as well. And so that is something that I would like to highlight.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Then Mr. Matthias von Scheveningen-Flügel, please.
Well done. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for this conference and for organizing this conference and doing it every year. I think it is very important for discussing these crucial issues which occur all over the world. So thank you very much for this perfect conference, and hopefully we meet soon either in South Korea or wherever, perhaps in New York or in Geneva. So I fully agree with the other speakers that the pandemic is not only an health issue, it's a social issue. It's a social issue as well, and I think it hits the youngest and the oldest members of society. Those are the two vulnerable groups, and we are talking about the elderly people, and that's a very crucial issue. And I think that's what the learnings are in Germany, and we have to look at the rights of older people, and we have to improve the rights of older people, and that's why the open-ended working group on aging is so important and does such an important job in New York, and hopefully we move on next year at Easter to improve the rights of older people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our final speaker, Madame Sylvia Ferrer-Levin, please.
Thank you. I will join my colleague panelists in thanking you, Madam Moderator, and the conference organizers for inviting us. And of course, I also I cannot but agree with the fact that COVID, it wasn't just a health issue. It is because it is definitely a social issue. And as I said, and I would really like to repeat, older persons really died in unprecedented numbers, but it was really some of the measures taken to protect them or the population that brought the bigger, larger numbers, like non-admittance to hospitals or a triage within the hospitals and refusing treatment to older persons, or the places where they live in congregated spaces and being locked in places where it was written on the wall that the infections would propagate. So these are issues that we really need to think about how people live on every day to prevent that this happens in the future, and really move from as Kieran said, older people are not vulnerable. They are put in vulnerable situations. They are put in situations of risk. And we need to understand that. They are not nobody is inherently vulnerable. It is the environment, it is the social norms, it is the legislation and the frameworks and the way we live that puts us in situations of risk and vulnerability. And that's why we really need to make those links with human rights and move from a language of protecting people to a language of protecting the rights of people and protecting the rights of older people, which are so unprotected at the moment. And we really need to continue the conversation at the open-ended working group, as we also continue the conversation at the Human Rights Council and all other human rights mechanisms in Geneva. And I do hope that the direction will be towards a legally binding instrument and convention on the rights of older persons that now, more than ever before, we really need it. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much. Now, I will wrap up this session. I think we can be very proud of the excellent presentations and fruitful discussions, and also of being punctual. It is 4 o'clock exactly. Thank you very much for, again, I hope see you in person very soon. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Zhang, for making sure that everything works like a clockwork. Well, indeed, the discussion was very fruitful. Thank you all the speakers, the Chair Pan and Ravin, Director General Spoyane Pligel, and Mr. Tran, President Kwon, and of course, our moderator, Dr. Zhang, for doing a wonderful job. Well, this is the end of the first session. We have next on our agenda the special session. However, before we move on, we are going to have a 30-minute break. So at 4:30 p.m. Korean Standard Time, we will be having the special session entitled Civil Society Talk Concert. So ladies and gentlemen, have a good break and we'll see you all at 4:30. Thank you very much. ASEM Forum on Human Rights of Older Persons, Present and Future. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you're well rested for the next session, which is also the last session of the day. We will be now beginning the special session called Civil Society Talk Concert. With me on stage, we have Professor Park Young-ran as the moderator, and also President Cho Hyun-se as a panel. And it is now my great honor to leave it to Professor Park in order to lead the session.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Young-ran Park, and I'm a social worker by training. And it's a great honor for me to serve as the moderator for this very special session on ASEM Forum on Human Rights of Older Persons, Present and Future. Particularly, this session is named as a Civil Society Talk Concert. So we'll try to have an exciting 2 hours together with all distinguished panelists. Since the morning, we have been talking about protection of human rights of older persons in emergency situations, and we are especially focusing on 3 different emergency situations: health crisis, humanitarian crisis, and emergencies. And this talk concert will particularly focus on human rights of older persons in the COVID era, and we'll discuss the role of civil society. And as we have 6 panelists, but before we go into our presentations, I'd like to invite Ms. Margaret Young, who is the steering group member of the Global Alliance for the Rights of Older People, to give us a thematic presentation on human rights of older persons, present and future. And I'd like to introduce Margaret Young briefly. And she is well known, I think, in Canada. She has been a member of the Global Alliance for the Rights of Older People, and she is the founder of Age Knowable, a Canadian social enterprise. And the Age with Rights campaign was ideated from Margaret's inspiration of rallying and mobilizing more advocacy voices around the world for the rights of older persons. And the campaign was developed in collaboration with GAROP members. It is accessible to everyone, especially the older persons, and it will continue to grow and evolve. So now I'd like to invite Ms. Margaret Young to give us an opening talk.
Thank you, Dr. Park. It's a pleasure to be here. I'll just get my presentation. Oh, perfect, the presentation is there. Thank you for that. First off, I'd like to congratulate ASEM Global Aging Center on the inaugural Forum on Rights of Older People, and to thank you for inviting the Global Alliance on the Rights of Older Persons to participate. We're delighted to be part of the civil society talk, and we thank Dr. Park, Professor Park, for her moderation of the session. Civil society plays a crucial role in promoting and protecting human rights. We monitor the fulfillment of human rights, we report rights violation, and we advocate for protection and change where it's needed. Therefore, it's with great excitement and anticipation that we've been looking forward to this civil society talk. Let me see. I apologize. I thought the slides were up. Sorry about that. Let me just grab that quickly. Here we go. The Global Alliance for the Rights of Older People was established in 2011. It was born out of the need to strengthen the rights and voices of older people globally. Our alliance of more than 390 members worldwide shares the common vision of a world where older persons live free from discrimination and can fully enjoy their rights. And we do so by engaging at the national, regional, and international levels on the need for a new international instrument on the rights of older people. We welcome you to visit our website at www.rightsofolderpeople.org to find out more about the Alliance. Recently, I had the pleasure of watching a Netflix series called My Love. It was about 6 stories of true love that spans decades. The stories are from Brazil, India, Japan, Korea, Spain, and the USA. In these stories, I saw not only the timeless bonds between 2 individuals, I saw the common themes of what living means in old age that transcends culture and geography. It's about laughters, tears, hope, and despair. It's working and living despite physiological or environmental hardships. It's cherishing the moments of kinship and kinships with family and friends, and its resilience in soldiering on, no matter what may come. As I watch these stories, I'm reminded of the importance of being guaranteed one's human rights in older age. Given humanity's unprecedented triumph in longevity, it's ever more important that our human rights are alongside us in the 100-year life. While there's the hopeful narrative of human rights empowering our longevity, COVID-19 magnified the proportionate amount of discrimination and inequities faced by our older persons. These headlines are on increased violence, income insecurity, age discrimination are unfortunately all too familiar to those of us who work with older people. This is why the voices of civil societies and national rights, human rights institutions have been coming together united ever more so. A 70-year-old living today faces far more complex social, economic, and geopolitical landscapes than a 70-year-old in 1991, when the principles of older person was first adopted in the UN General Assembly. So we need our national, regional, and international human rights instruments to evolve and be reflective of the human rights protections that's needed for a 100-year life. When we see inequities, we see the events that's at the tip of the iceberg. When we look below the surface, we'll start to notice the patterns of how often an event happens and where. When we go another layer deeper, we start to see the structure and relationships that cause these patterns to occur. These structures could be the policies, programs, power structures, or resource distribution. Then at the deepest level, we'll find the mental models of values, norms, and assumptions that influence how we interact within the structures. In addressing inequities, most of our good work is on shifting mental models or evolving programs, policies, and distribution of resources. For example, Help Age Korea, one of our top concert panelists, advocates for low-income older people domestically and overseas, and provide programs that improve their well-being. Another example is the global campaign to end ageism launched by WHO that focus on shifting the mental models relative to ageism. While the interventions in the forms of programs, policies, and attitude shifting will always be the core staples in addressing inequities, the point of inversion comes when we take a rights approach. For the public, we need to make human rights relatable. Most people do not think about human rights until their own rights are violated. The meaning of why protection of human rights is fundamental to human development, particularly in older age, needs to be shared more broadly. For organizations, institutions, and governments, there is a responsibility of ensuring programs, services, and laws further the realization of human rights. Essentially, we need to shift the older person from being the objects of assistance to being rights holders. Rights holders to whom other actors in the system have the obligations toward as duty bearers. So why a new universal legal instrument? Well, aside from the evidence that we've put forth so far, a 2021 study by OHCHR finds that invisibility of human issues central to the older person to be widespread and systemic in the international human rights system. Our independent expert on the enjoyment of all human rights of older persons commented that a comprehensive binding legal instrument is needed to address the gaps in international and regional human laws. This was in her report at the recent 48th session of the Human Rights Council. Advocating in the capacity of civil society, like my peers, I too spoke up. In the Age of Rights campaign, International Day of Older Persons video, I called out that it's shocking to have conventions that recognize and protect rights of other parts of our identities, such as women and race, but not as an older person. In the next few slides, I'll provide some quick highlights on advocacy work that's undertaken by civil societies at the national, regional, and international stage. It's a small glimpse into all the tireless and needed advocacy work that's happening globally. I selected these examples because I feel they illustrate approaches of some of the key opportunities moving forward. And for the purpose of our forum, I selected examples from Europe and Asia, and I thank the organizations for their generosity in sharing. During the pandemic, ACTO, German National Association of Senior Citizens Organization, put the need for a rights-based approach at the forefront of their advocacy work. They created opportunities and momentum on digital access for older persons through a combination of statements, position papers, and international dialogues. The groundswell began in 2020 when BAGSO hosted an international workshop on rights to participation and right to information, together with the independent expert on the enjoyment of all human rights by older persons. BAGSO then co-hosted a two-day international online conference titled Strengthening the Rights of Older People in Times of Digitalization with Age Platform Europe and the Germany Ministry for Family Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth. All this culminated in Baxo's participation in the drafting of the EU Council conclusions on human rights, participation, and quality of life of older people in the time of digitalization. I invite you to reach out to Baxo team to find out more and to engage in a dialogue of exchange. Philippines offer an example of government bodies and civil societies working together to promote and protect the rights of older people. During the 2021 International Day of Older Persons and the Elderly Filipino Week, the Commission of Human Rights commented that there is a collective duty and responsibility in supporting older people in the Philippines to realize their worth, dignity, and human rights amid the COVID-19 pandemic. The Commission further commented that amidst the various formal celebrations, drafting of a UN Convention on the Rights of Older People guarantee universal recognition and protection of their rights on a platform of rights. The Department of Social Affairs and Development calls on national government agencies, local governments, and civil society to work together to ensure that rights and welfare of senior citizens are respected and protected. The department also highlights partnerships with NGOs such as the Coalition of Services for the Elderly in advocating for legislative change. The Coalition of Services for the Elderly is one of our panelists at the talk concert, and we look forward to hearing more. While collaborative regional advocacy in Europe has always been ongoing, the joint focus on human rights, in my view, took a transformative step forward with the launch of the EU Leads the Rally campaign in 2021. Launched by Age Platform Europe, is not only a galvanizing rally cry that brings NGOs in Europe together, but it's also a message to the EU member states to take the lead on the global stage on the rights of older people. Its impact can be seen during the 11th session of the Open-Ended Working Group on Aging, and in the recent question posted by the Spanish member of the European Parliament to the Vice President of the European Commission and High Representative of External Affairs on whether there is the intent to push for a UN Convention on the Rights of Older People and what practical next steps will be undertaken. The EU Leads the Rally campaign brought a focal point on the older person with Lead With Us on the International Day of Older Persons. You will find more information on Lead With Us and other campaigns in the ASEM online exhibition. And we'll also have the pleasure of hearing from ORCA, a member organization of Age Platform Europe, at the talk concert. The Asia Pacific region is active with its national advocacies. In November 2019, 39 Global Alliance members from the region signed the Carrera Declaration, calling on the Open-Ended Working Group on Aging to accelerate its work on a convention for the rights of older people. This declaration is one of the outcomes of the capacity building workshops organized by GARUP in 2019. The workshops in 2019 focused on building individual, national, and regional advocacy capacity. According to the participants, the workshops enabled them to engage more deeply in national advocacy and in the open-ended working group on aging sessions. And they truly value the connections that were made across the region during these workshops. We're pleased that Help Age International, one of our partners at the workshop, are joining us today at the talk concert. We look forward to hearing more about the advocacy work, especially given the innovative animation that was launched on the International Day of Older Persons recently. United Nations offers civil societies the opportunity to discuss and advocate for the rights of older people through its agencies at the international level. The Office of High Commission for Human Rights offers expertise and support to different human rights monitoring mechanisms, including the independent expert on the enjoyment of all human rights by older persons, the 10 treaty bodies that monitor implementation of existing international human rights treaty, and the Human Rights Council, where the rights of older people was on the agenda recently. The open-ended working group on aging, established in 2010 by the General Assembly, is another opportunity for NGOs to be engaged. Its original mandate is to identify possible gaps in existing international human rights framework and recommend how to address them, including the feasibility of further instruments. This mandate was extended in 2012 to very specifically say, to present the main elements of a new international legal instrument to the General Assembly as soon as possible. Accredited NGOs have the opportunity to participate and advocate in the following ways at the working group. Input submissions, being a panelist, making interventions, hosting and participating in side events. These sessions are annual. In 2022, the dates are April 11th to the 14th. The location is at the UN in New York, unless it's otherwise advised. In 2021, we had the session virtually. Workshop participants includes member states, national human rights institutions, and accredited NGOs. We currently have 198 accredited NGOs from more than 70 countries participating. NGOs with Economic and Social Council consultative status are automatically accredited. For more information on the accreditation process, please take a look at our website at www.rightsofolderpeople.org. So what is the impact of our collective advocacy work so far? And what more do we need to do? At the 48th session of the Human Rights Council, rights of older people were on the agenda. A resolution was put forth by Argentina, Brazil, and Slovenia. It was adopted with consensus. There is an opportunity for us to be strategic in identifying some of these recommendations and put some advocacy work against them. In my view, these are three very interesting ones to focus on. The first one, the call to combat ageism and eliminate age discrimination, and to adopt a human rights-based approach in programs and activities related to aging by all actors, including member states, private enterprise, and civil societies. The submission of a report prepared in consultation with member states and other actors on the normative standards and obligations under existing international laws, and to present the findings at the 48th session, which will be February 28th to March 25th in 2022. And what's interesting about this is that it's just right before our open-ended working group session. And thirdly, is a discussion of this report by a multi-stakeholder group, including older persons, and to submit recommendation in addressing any gaps identified by the 51st session in September 2022. We're pleased that the NGO Committee on Aging Geneva is a panelist at the concert. They are an active advocate at the Human Rights Council, including, for example, the organization of a side event at the 48th session recently in September, and providing informal input into the resolution that we just talked about. During the 48th session of the Human Rights Council, over 200 organizations from more than 60 countries signed an open letter to the open-ended working group on aging. The open letter highlighted the lack of concrete process made by the working group, despite the wealth of evidence that was provided in the last 11 sessions. And despite the need to fulfill its mandate ASAP, given what we saw through the COVID. The signatories recommend the adoption of the proposal made by Argentina in the 11th session to establish an intersessional working group to start drafting the main normative elements of an international legal instrument, and support the call to include focused discussions on the gaps and opportunities of existing rights instrument in the 12th session. This widespread support for the open letter provides a clear indication on the urgency and magnitude of advocacy that's needed globally. On the backdrop of all this, Global Alliance of the Rights of Older People launched a global advocacy campaign in 2021. The Age of Rights campaign is born out of the need and the vision to empower voices globally, especially those of the older persons, in promoting and advocating for the rights of older people, and for a universal legal instrument that recognize and protect those rights. The rally cry and the campaign are developed with Garrett members' input. The rally cry, Age of Rights, is centered on three key truths and values. The first one, we are rights holders no matter our age, so let's not leave the older person behind. The second one, we all want and need to age with our rights because living doesn't stop until we're at our last breath. And lastly, older persons do not have universal human rights protection and are disadvantaged. To age with rights means every older person are protected with the same standards, no matter where they are in the world. In addition to the hashtag Age with Rights for social media campaigns, we have also the photo frames and virtual backgrounds that you see here on the screen. Since our launch in February 2021, we have added additional tools such as media cards, tweet samples, press release template. The toolkit you see here is open access for everyone to use. We made the choice to open access beyond our members because it is a global campaign. And a new international legal instrument on the rights of older people is possible only when our collective voices is loud and strong. I invite you to visit our website, check out the campaign tools, and to view the advocacy videos from our older persons and NGOs. There are more tactics being contemplated, such as a global advocacy map and a global rally. We would love to hear from you on what you would like to see that's helpful in advancing your advocacy efforts forward. Here are some examples of how older persons and NGOs are using the Age of Rights campaign elements to support their advocacy. Starting at the top left, going clockwise, an older person is advocating for the removal of age as a condition upon which to decide when and whether someone stops working. It was filmed with a hand phone, no design propped up with Age of Rights written across it. It actually gets the message across better than a virtual background. Next is a tweet by Age Platform Europe on the International Day of Older Persons with the Lead With Us rally cry, where Age of Rights hashtag is incorporated. Age of Rights speaks to human development and that age intersects all the identities. So incorporating the Age of Rights is a strategic way to support and amplify your campaigns. Next is incorporating rally cry in the text of your speeches or position statements. And lastly, incorporate them into media cards, such as what UNDESA did for the 11th Open-Ended Working Group on Aging. In closing, I have three asks. First, include a rights-based approach in what you do and advocate for member states and other actors to do the same. Second, reach out to existing and potential advocates, nationally, regionally, and internationally, for synergies, exchange, and elevation of one another's work. Lastly, join the Age of Rights campaign. The more frequent Age of Rights campaign is heard, the stronger our global advocacy voice. Remember, with universal suffrage, it was one man, one vote. And with the disability rights movement, it was nothing about us without us. In unity, we have the strength to impact political will and be heard. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to the talk concert dialogue that's coming up.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Young, for your very comprehensive overview of what's going on around the world, what's happening globally, and also gave us a guideline as to how to take action through existing and emerging platforms to move forward. And I'm sure all of our panelists also enjoyed her presentation. Well, we have 6 panelists today, including Ms. Margaret Young, and I'd like to go one by one, give an opportunity to make a short presentation for about, 3 to 5 minutes to talk about what's going on in your own organizations or in your own country as to what kind of impact COVID-19 had to the older people, and also what kind of activities you have been doing to respond to these crises in your own organizations. So we'll go around and talk about 5 minutes each person. And then after assessing what's happening at this point, we will move forward to talk a little bit about our future as to where we will go from here. So I'd like to introduce one speaker at a time and maybe go around. So next person I'd like to invite is Ms. Sylvia Perel-Levin, who was also our speaker in the previous session. And now she's here to join us in a talk concert. And she is the chair of the NGO Committee on Aging in Geneva and representative to the UN of the International Network for Prevention of Elder Abuse. And she has been an advocate for the rights of older persons. She has been working in the fields of health, aging, and human rights for over 20 years at the World Health Organization, the Union for International Cancer Control, and an independent consultant. So I'm sure she has a lot to say, but I'll give you 5 minutes at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and thank you, Margaret, so much for setting the scene for us to expand in some of the things that you have said. As Moderator said, I represent INPEA and also the International Longevity Center Global Alliance to the UN in Geneva, and I chair an NGO Committee on Aging. That is many NGOs with an interest on aging and older persons. So the idea is not just NGOs that directly deal with or represent organizations of older persons, but also organizations that represent women's issues or other issues, but also support the rights of older persons and help us in their advocacy. And Margaret, you mentioned the resolution at the last Human Rights Council. The final number of the resolution is HRC/48 is the number of the session /3. And what is important about this resolution is that it is the first substantive resolution dealing with the rights of older persons. We have had in the past several resolutions where the Human Rights Council appointed the independent expert, and resolutions that they are called procedural, also renewing the mandates of the independent expert. But we always find that it is difficult to quote language or to introduce in other resolutions or in the human rights mechanisms language on older persons, because it had not been included in any substantive resolution. And so this is why this one is significant, because for the first time defines ageism. Ageism for the first time comes in the official language of the human rights mechanisms, and really calls on member states to prohibit all forms of age-based discrimination and discrimination of older persons. That is not a minor issue. The fact that also over 60 member states supported, co-sponsored, and that no member state opposed the adoption of this resolution, I think that we can be proud of the achievement that we are moving forward. And also another point to mark here is that the resolution, while resolutions at the Human Rights Council are proposed by the main sponsors that you mentioned, Argentina, Brazil, and Slovenia, and they are negotiated among all member states. In Geneva, at the Human Rights Council, civil society can participate in these negotiations. And we did, not only us from Geneva, but we connected with several NGOs around the world to also propose language or to make edits to some of the language that had originally been proposed. And many of our comments were taken into account, and we even spoke at this negotiation. So that means that we take the stage, and we take active participation in discussing with governments what language and what decisions can be taken that cannot be taken without us. And I think that the lesson, it was very well learned, and member states the governments do approach us to consult before they have an event or a proposal for a resolution, or even how to include the rights of older persons in other resolutions that deal with other topics, like a resolution on the rights on climate change and human rights. And there was one last year that focused on older persons and climate change, and we participated in that resolution as well to ensure that the rights of older persons were well reflected, or a resolution on technical cooperation among member states focusing on the rights of older persons. So we do take the stage at the Human Rights Council, but we also feel that we mediate in a way with other organizations that are headquartered in Geneva. You mentioned WHO with the campaign or the global report on ageism that they launched and they led, and a report on ageism that was signed on and co-sponsored by also UNDESA and the Office of the High Commissioner and UNFPA. We also participated as peer reviewers of the report, but also we make sure that there is a conversation between the different organizations. So while there is an informal interagency group on older persons, we always insist that older persons are well represented in their discussions. And sometimes because of our connection with the government, we can tell information to one or the other and make sure that they talk and that older persons are well represented in all programs in WHO, and not only at the unit that deals directly with issues of older persons, but we also interact with the Women's Health Department and the work that they are doing on developing a module on violence against older women, for example, or issues of assistive technologies, and we ensure that older persons are well represented there as well. But also the International Telecommunications Union, that they also have the world a forum on ICTs every year, and now they have this new track on older persons and ICTs. And next year, the 17th of May, which is the World Telecommunications and Information Society Day, the next one, 17th May 2022, will focus on older persons. So we are already working with ITU, with WHO, and other organizations to ensure that older persons are represented, and not only that ICTs or technology companies talk about how to make money of older persons, but see us as full participants in the design and the use and what we want to achieve with new technologies. Another example of our advocacy work is a letter that we are sending today to the new executive director of UN Women, who she sent a very nice letter to civil society about hoping to work with women, and she set up her priorities, and in her priorities she omitted the mention of older women. We cannot let things like that pass, and therefore we organized together with the NGO committee in New York and the NGO committee in Vienna, who together we bring many organizations in the 3 UN headquarters to send a nice letter to her and to set up why older women need to be part of the program. So in short, and I can come back afterwards if anybody has a question, but we really are increasing our advocacy in a way. I think that our visibility has increased. It's not easy, but the message that we are passing through, and especially during the COVID-19, where we also organized several dialogues with the High Commissioner herself. We invited her and she participated in our events, and she keeps participating in our events. She sees us personally for meetings. We organize dialogues between her and the independent expert, and we bring people together. And I think this is part of our civil society role, to bring also the different ministries together, the different agencies together, and that we are part of the solution. We are not the problem, and we should never be the last topic on the agenda. We are part of the whole agenda. And I will leave it there. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That was very inspiring comments that you have made, and I think we are all connected in civil society to work together. And our next speaker will be Ms. Gemma Stovall. I think she'll be joining us from London. Are you in London now?
Actually, I'm in Sydney. So
Sydney. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right. So she is an international relations specialist, and she has been working in international development. And Gemma moved to UK in 2012 to work for National Older People's Organization before she joined HelpAge International in 2014. And she has been a strong advocate and trainer for human rights of older persons. And I'd like to invite her to make her presentation now.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and for the organisers of this really important event. I'm really pleased to be participating in this talk concert, and thank you to Margaret for her presentation. I think you really touched on some important areas, and it really connects to some of the work that we've been doing at HelpAge. Ageism has really been at the heart of HelpAge's work for a number of years, and over the past few years we've been focusing on campaigning to tackle ageism. So thank you for Margaret for sharing some of that in your presentation. We really feel that campaigning, we know, is an effective way to try to change social norms and to raise awareness about an issue. So I'll share a couple of our campaigning initiatives. So last year, for the International Day of Older Persons, we focused on communication materials on exposing ageism, and we developed an animation to show in a clever way how we need to challenge our own assumptions about aging and older people. And we developed a short animation showing older people in different settings, and the animations were designed to get our audience to think about what assumptions they have about older age. One of the animations starts with an older woman looking like she's sleeping in a chair, but when the image pans out, you realise that actually she's sitting doing yoga with her eyes closed, meditating. Another is of a man who first it looks like he's confused about how to use his mobile phone, but then we see that he's actually deciding on which filter he wants to use on social media. These animations tap into the stereotypes that are strongly ingrained in our societies and encourage viewers to really challenge these and their own assumptions. At the beginning stages of COVID pandemic, we were seeing ageism in different forms. We kept on noticing it everywhere. In the government responses to the pandemic, in the media, we started thinking about how ageism was being perpetuated through society and our systems, and Margaret spoke about that in her presentation. While we know it's important that we think about visible forms of ageism, we really need to understand what is driving these actions if we're going to challenge ageism effectively. We need to understand ageism as a systemic problem, and this means that it's more than isolated events. It's driven by invisible forces such as trends, stereotypes, norms, beliefs, institutions, and laws and policies. So we worked on another initiative for this IDOP that has just passed, and again, we made an animation. It tries to explain what systemic ageism is through a conversation between two older women. And we really feel that storytelling can be a powerful way to explain an issue. We shared the animation through our social media channels using the World for All Ages hashtag. And we really wanted to connect to the global campaign to combat ageism and ensure that whatever we produced was helping the overarching goal of the campaign, which is to change the way that we think, feel, and act towards age and aging. In this animation, we also used a case study from the Philippines, from a fellow colleague who's also on the panel from COSI. And thank you to Emily, who helped us sort of support with this. And I think this goes to show that how civil society are really working together, as Sylvia was also mentioning in some of the areas that she's been working in. I think ultimately ageism is a human rights issue, and so we're hoping that by focusing on ageism, it will continue to build the case for a new UN convention. And thank you, Madam Panelist.
Thank you very much. Okay, so, well, actually, it's time for me to invite a gentleman sitting next to me. He's the president of HelpAge Korea, Mr. Cho Hyun-se. And he has been playing an important role in building older people's associations in Korea, Cambodia, Vietnam, and Myanmar for the development of self-help groups as their sustainable mechanisms since 2004. And he is now serving as a member of the consultation committees of human rights policy in National Human Rights Commission in Korea since 2015. And he joined ASEM Global Aging Center in Korea as a board member in 2018. So now I give the floor to Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Madam. It is good to see some our colleagues on Zoom. HelpAge Korea is an organization working for the older people, especially for the low-income older people in Korea and in other countries. When the pandemic comes, the strong social distancing policies were implemented. So private gatherings were restricted and public centers were closed. Especially senior citizen centers and food service centers were closed. This immediately affected older people, especially for low-income older people, because they used to have a free lunch at the food center, and it became impossible. And also the government announced that, recommended the people to stay at home and emphasized that this COVID-19 is very dangerous to the older people. So older people had a perception that it is dangerous to go out. So they have to stay at home. They are reluctant to go out. That means that older people are socially excluded from people, and it makes them ill. They are physically ill because they don't go out, they don't do activities properly, and they are also mentally ill because the depression is increasing due to isolation. Social distancing policy is a policy to protect people from the COVID-19, but it makes older people more ill. And the other thing is that actually among older people, there are people who need care at nursing home. But on the other hand, there are older people who are healthy and active in their social life. But it was recognized that the COVID-19 is a dangerous disease to older people based on the chronological age of 65. Health status of older people varies individual to individual. But so it was wrong for people to have a perception that all older people are vulnerable based on the chronological age of 65. Many people are struggling with the COVID-19 pandemic. In this situation, older people are more challenged physically and mentally. As the pandemic situation is longer than expected, and isolation and exclusion continues, I think this situation has reached the level of violation of the human rights of older people. So what we have done during the pandemic is that first, we have many limitations in supporting the older people because they are staying at home. So first, we provide emergency supplies to the older people. We provide supplies to 200 to 1,000 older people every month in Korea. And also we support older people in countries like India, Philippines, and Pakistan. In the early stage of COVID-19, the quarantine items such as masks and hand sanitizers were provided to the older people. But now, at the moment, we are providing mostly food items. And also, we are supporting the self-help group of older people, especially for the low-income older people. We are supporting the activities of a small group, of 3 to 4 people. They like to, the most favorite activity is knitting. They liked to knit cushion and cup plates. And they are now knitting 3 cloths. These 3 cloths will be used to protect tree from the pest in the winter season. So, and also we are negotiating parks to dress the tree cloths to 100 trees in 3 areas. And another thing that we had experienced is that we had a Zoom meeting with 10 older persons readers in 10 areas. It was very challengeable for both us and also older people, because older people, they don't have digital devices. They don't have digital knowledge to access to the Zoom. So we support local staff to provide a digital device and also sit next to older people to help them. Actually, the Zoom meeting were not so effective comparing with face-to-face meeting, but we could see the possibility that older people can also communicate through the online if there is somebody to help them. We have many limitations on supporting the older people during the pandemic, but we recognize that we need to do more to support them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I was thinking if you were all in Korea, we'd be having a nice dinner after this session together. But unfortunately, we are connected through this ICT. technology. You're from all over different continents now. Next speaker will be Mr. Morjin Luzan. He is currently responsible for the care department of the elderly organization OCRA, which is the largest senior associations in Belgium. And he was also the manager of a division of a home care organization and had an educational role at a non-governmental organization that supported rural communities in Latin America and in Africa. So I'm sure he has a lot of stories to share with us today.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here in this talk. I talk about the local situation in Belgium now, and we have seen different types of age discrimination during the pandemic. For example, the selection criteria for treatment in hospitals. In the first phase of the corona pandemic, all attention was focused on the capacity of our hospitals, especially the intensive care beds. And in OCRA, we mentioned all attention was focused on the selection criteria. They will be used in cases of possible shortages. Will older people, purely based on their age, no longer be admitted and treated in hospitals? Our opinion was and is that the selection should be based not on age, but on life chances and expectations. That was also followed in the hospitals, but there were also communications that was a little bit misunderstood here. The communication of the guidelines of the Belgian Association of Gerontology, whether or not to refer residents to the hospitals or not, they were somewhat difficult. Their objective was to give good care for the residents when they can stay in the home care centers, also taking care of their wishes to stay at the home care center. But our main concern was that if they have to stay in the home care centers, they also need to have good care, dignified care. And during the pandemic, it made painfully clear that it wasn't possible at every moment. There were also many protocols and sector guides. We identify seniors as a vulnerable target group. So we said that that one older is not another. As a population group, the elderly people are very diverse. We have also made a reaction, an opinion of a health economist who says that elderly people has to pay a tax for the crisis. His opinion was based on that younger people don't have so many health risks, but have to suffer a lot of measures to protect elderly people. And elderly people had to pay a tax for them. We react on this. There were a lot of quarantine measures in retirement homes. They were necessary. They had to find a balance between safety and well-being. But we think it's very important to involve elderly people and their family in creating the rules. It was also that before the pandemic, there was an age limit on access of mental health care. After Corona, the Age Discrimination Council is very good here in Belgium. We think that the Corona crisis has painfully exposed a number of issues, but the pain points were already there. But Corona has magnified them. We think about the finance of the elderly care here, the home cares, the number of staffing, quality. But I think that there were also before Corona not good. Also, the participation of residents in the home care centers can be better. From the beginning in OCRA, we canceled all activities. We had the phone of the virologist in Belgium. And I think we made a correct assessment. And during the lockdown, we set up a lot of actions to reach elderly people, especially the most vulnerable groups. And local groups, they keep in touch with each other. They call, they chat, they Skype, they make mouth masks. There was also a collaboration with the national broadcast to get exercises for the elderly people on the national broadcast. And what is very important, we were involved with APCAR at the national level in the task force. The task force is responsible to combat the crisis, the pandemic in the home care, in the care sector. And in the beginning, we weren't involved, but we asked that. So we can also speak in terms for the elderly people. That was very important here. And we were also a leader in drafting a national charter for the participation of elderly people in the society. We think, if we emphasize that the elderly people can make their own informed choice whether or not to participate in activities. Age per se can't be a criterion for exclusion. And we also advocate for global vaccination. And we think that it's good that industry can share the patents and share the knowledge so that vaccination can be global. So that's what we did during the pandemic with OCRA.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Ms. Emily Nionar Barridico, who is a registered social worker and the executive director of the Coalition of Services of Elderly COSE in the Philippines. And she has been working with older persons since 1989, and she joined COSE in 2000 with the task of facilitating the formation and strengthening of older persons organizations, including the establishment of their community-based programs, advocacy, and partnership building. And now she's leading the COSE. So now I'd like to invite her to make her presentation.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. So COSE is the Coalition of Services of the Elderly, is a non-government organization in the Philippines working with older persons. As mentioned earlier, we are working with older persons for 32 years already. So we focus on the formation and strengthening of older persons organizations, advocacy and partnership building, and also we promote community-based programs of the older persons such as healthcare, residential care facility, age-friendly and diversified livelihood, and inclusive disaster risk reduction. So I will share with you today some of our activities and programs that we at COSE and our partner older persons organizations have been doing in the past years and in this time of the COVID-19 pandemic in ensuring that older person can still have access to their rights and rightful benefits, that their voices or opinions be heard, and that they can still participate in activities or discussion of issues that affects their lives. So first, on campaigns and advocacy, actually we all, through the community organizing efforts of COSE, we established a Confederation of Older Persons Associations of the Philippines called COPAP. So this is a confederation of different older persons organizations in the country, and they are now very active on various campaigns and advocacies as partner of COSE. So to raise the awareness of the general public on the situation of older person, we are maximizing different platforms right now. So currently we have a 1.5 hour regular online discussion. We call it Senior Citizens Tips. Tips means time for information in public service, wherein the regular moderators are 2 older persons guests usually are older persons, and sometimes we invite lawmakers and representatives from different agencies who are mandated to implement and monitor programs and services for older persons. So when the COVID-19 pandemic began, there is also a group of older persons established a Facebook group called Seniors in Times of COVID, which now has more than 30,000 members, older persons members. So, and one of the conveners of that Facebook group is one of the moderators of our COSES Senior Citizens Tips, as mentioned earlier. So older persons also do press releases and statements on issues affecting them. Aside from this, older persons leaders are also invited as guests in some of the radio programs at the national and local level to discuss these issues in their campaigns. So through radio and social media platforms, more older persons and organizations are becoming more interested to advocate policies for older Filipinos. Then next, on the consultation and dialogues, while face-to-face mobilization activities are limited and at some point was not allowed as stated in the national guidelines due to COVID-19, this does not stop older persons to continue implementing activities. So older persons actively conduct consultations and dialogues with different national government agencies, such as the Department of Social Welfare and Development, the Department of Health, Department of Interior and Local Government, and others. Then one of the dialogues that impacted the lives of older persons during the pandemic was the one organized by the Commission on Human Rights, wherein older persons themselves call for review and revision of the national guidelines by the Interagency Task Force that prohibits older persons to go out of their homes during the enhanced community quarantine. Then, with the dialogues, IETF later issued revised guidelines stating older persons are allowed to go out to access essential needs. So, that is one. Then, through the Action for Pension Coalition, which is also organized by COSE, older persons conduct dialogues with the offices of the Philippine senators to call for reform on the current social pension program by expanding the coverage and increasing the benefit level, because now it's only like 500 pesos a month, $10, very small. So through the passing of universal social pension to cover all older persons and for them to have at least basic income security, especially during this time where many older persons are not able to earn a living or lost their main source of income. So yeah, that is very like one of the challenges faced by the older person now in the country. Then third, we have this Older Citizens Monitoring Committee and Help Desk. So far, we piloted this accountability mechanism for already 22 municipalities established in different areas. So it is a community-based monitoring mechanism composed of trained older persons who monitor the implementation of policies and services for them. So older persons are monitoring their own programs and policies. So the help desk, which is also manned by the trained older person, is a mechanism wherein individuals, especially older persons, can report or can lodge their complaints. So issues on, for example, there are like complaints on the implementation of social pension, elder abuse, violation of older persons' rights, and others. And these are being recorded, processed, and referred to the appropriate agency by the help desk officer. So older persons manning both the OCMC and the help desk are well trained on the different laws and policies of senior citizens. They should be aware of various government's available programs and services, know how to properly communicate with the clients or with older persons, and they should know where to refer the clients, for example. So there is a series of trainings being attended by them. And next, it is introduced to us by Mr. Cho, Mr. Cho of Health Age Korea, the home care and the home care assistance program. So even before the pandemic, there are trained older persons have been doing community works as home care volunteers, doing home visitation, offering services to fellow older persons from assisting and feeding, bathing, and other daily activities. So with the mobility restriction now that we are experiencing due to the pandemic and lack of means, many older persons have limited or no access at all to some basic services. So there is where the trained home care volunteers who are older persons come in and assist the older person. So they are also provided with many trainings to enhance continuous development, to enhance their skills and knowledge in providing home care services to their older person. And I think the last, I exceeded, I think, for 5 minutes, is the participation of older persons in the provision of immunopacks. So when the COVID-19 pandemic began, COPAP, our partner confederation, and COSE, in partnership with the Philippine Senator and other donors, we provided immunopacks to thousands, more than 20,000 older persons in different areas in Metro Manila and nearby provinces. So the older persons leaders, again, played a crucial role in this initiative. They've coordinated with the barangay officials, identified who among the older persons in the organization or community should receive the assistance, they also gather donation from older persons organization, those who are capable to donate, and the help in repacking of goods and in the distribution of goods. So yeah, I think that's all for now.
Thank you very much. Well, we just listened to 6 different speakers, and we could see the similarities of all our experiences in trying to meet the challenges of COVID-19, which really impacted the lives of all the people around the globe. And I was really impressed that all the NGOs at the national and international and regional level have been working so hard to overcome this crisis with very creative and I think courageous efforts. And they all deserve our kudos, I think. And now I'd like to open the floor for discussion. Maybe Ms. Young could, maybe you have questions or comments to what was presented by other speakers. And you can just feel free to ask questions to each other and make comments. And so we'll spend about 20, 30 minutes having free discussion, and then try to wrap up with where we will go from here. So maybe I can invite Ms. Young again.
Thank you, Professor Park. It was very impressive to hear all the different efforts underway and to learn so much more about the different angles at which we can advocate. I'm really curious as to what Emily just shared about older people coming together with their voices, and so many older people coming together with their voices for their own well-being and for their rights. Maybe if you can take a couple of moments to just to share, like how did that come about? Like what were some of the key things that got that big group together? I think that would be really awesome to learn.
Yeah, actually, because we are like forming or we do formation and the strengthening of older persons organization. So we have this group of older persons that is being federated, and now we have the confederation since 2006. We have this confederation. So because they are really organized and they are provided with different capacity development in organizational and program development, and they are aware of their issues and concern. They know what to ask from the government. So I think that's what helped why we can easily gather them. And even now, during the pandemic, we have online discussions, consultations with them. So we maintain that.
Okay, so does anyone like to ask questions to other panelists? Even though I'm a moderator, since I'm working in Korea, maybe I can share a little bit of what's going on in Korea. And I just wanted to mention that even though we have Mr. Jo with us today, who is representing HelpAge Korea and one of the very important organization representing older people's human rights. In Korea, I think the human rights of older persons or people, the concept itself is relatively not new, but relatively not much used and people who are working for the rights of human rights in Korea, even though we are all working, whether you are in education or social services or in medical services, they don't identify themselves as human rights advocates or human rights practitioners. So what at this point we're trying to do is really help people to come together and have them work together. And to how to build partnership between the public sector and the private sector, NGOs is very important. But in Korea, we are still at a stage where we still need to create a balancing model of the partnership between the public and the private. And we are really trying to help older people to have their own voices. So recently we have some very creative programs in local community centers where they have a program called Senior Citizens. In Korean, literally, it's a sort of older people who are like the seniors and the juniors in college. So we are trying to train older people to have the identity where they can make contributions to community and for next generation of younger people and make contributions to social values and things like that. So I think it's a new process in Korea where we are trying to instill in older people's mind that they can have their own voices and they can be their own advocates. So that's sort of the experience in Korea. And the word ageism is really difficult to translate in Korean. So that's, I'm glad that we have this big document published by WHO and it has very, I think, good information that we could use to communicate what ageism is across different sectors. But the term is very new in Korea. And so that, even though we have come a long way, I feel like we still have a long way to go. So it would be, I think, nice to talk about what are some of more innovative ways that you are trying to bring together to your own organizations in terms of doing this advocacy work in the national level and also in the international level as well.
May I come in here?
Yes, sure.
Thank you, because what you said is very important, the issue of language, and I think language is really important because it really shapes the way we think. And I know that ageism doesn't exist in several other languages, but that's why we need to explain what we mean, and I'm sure that you will find a word that best reflects the issue. And this brings me again to the importance of this report that is mandated now by the resolution of the Human Rights Council, that is not only a report that will be presented by the High Commissioner, but it also requested that also will be in the 6 official languages of the UN, and also a request to make the report in plain language and easy to read. That means that we are trying to put all the documentation that it's issued by human rights mechanisms in language that is accessible to all, that we can understand the concepts and we can easily advocate using the language that is easily understood by all, and try to get away from jargon, try to get away from words that imply assumptions or about older persons towards a more universal way of looking at older persons with all their variety, heterogeneity, and diversity that exists in old age. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
I noticed there's no virtual hands to put up, so I was putting up my physical hand. And I think I just wanted to reflect on Sylvia's point about language and a couple of points here around language. I think in terms of ageism not existing in many different languages, that was something that we found at HelpAge when we were talking to our colleagues that were working in different countries. And this was about four years ago now. So I think things are starting to change, and whether they're using another word in their local context or whether they're using the English word. But I think it's important that it is something that is increasingly being recognised. I think it's really important that we continue to ask older people about their own lived experiences of ageism as well. And HelpAge, we consulted with older people about what ageing and ageism means to them, and they shared with us that it means being excluded. Like it means you don't exist. It means that you're invisible. And so these were some of the things that they were sharing with us. So I think in terms of the current definition, I think it's a good one, but I think we should continue to explore what ageism means to older people and how it intersects with other issues. And I think Marijan Luzin, you said a very interesting thing, and apologies, my pronunciation of Belgian names is terrible. But you spoke about language during the pandemic and that older people were described as vulnerable. And I think it's something that those of us who work in older people's human rights, pick up on that language of older people being vulnerable. But I just wanted to ask other panelists, sort of what they think about using this language and why it's problematic. Because I think that's really, again, coming back to language, it's important. So any other views on why vulnerables are problematic and why we should potentially steer away from using it?
The reason why we find it problematic is that if they identify it as group, as the whole group is vulnerable, we said that one whole person is not another. It is very diverse, and that's important to say. Maybe there are some kinds that are more vulnerable. That's not a problem, but you can't say that the whole group is vulnerable, and that's a problematic.
I would like to add, if I may, I also said in the previous session in which I spoke, nobody is inherently vulnerable. We are put in vulnerable situations. We are put in situations of risk. We are made vulnerable because of the limitations of the environment, because of the discrimination that we suffer. We didn't die, or people didn't die simply because the virus killed us. Older people died because they were locked in congregated environments where they were more infected than they would have done if they were living in the community with adequate services. We are not vulnerable. We are made vulnerable, and I think that we really need to use language that reflects that, and that we are put at risk. So we are in situations of risk, and totally in line with Gemma. I just wanted to comment that about the language of the definition of ageism, that the second report on ageism that was launched by the independent expert also at the last session, on which the resolution actually based the language and even the definition, which is based on human rights. So it focuses ageism within really a human rights lens. And I totally agree with Gemma as well that we need to carry on and exploring the perceptions. And regarding the language, even the translations are different. WHO decided to translate ageism into Spanish with the word edadismo, which is used in Spain, but many organizations in Latin America use the word viejismo, which would translate directly like olderism, which immediately when you hear it, you know that you are talking about ageism against older persons. So we are far from having one definition or one word that will fit all, and I think that we need to carry on exploring. Thank you.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
In Belgium, they put a number on if you are 65 during the pandemic, then you have more risk, and if you are 64, there isn't a problem. So that's why we have drafted a national charter for participation during the pandemic, so that people, elderly people or people can make their own choice, an informed choice, so they know what are the consequences or not, but so they have their own choice to participate or not. Because it's very arbitrary to say that if you are 65, you are vulnerable, and if you are 63, you aren't. So that was problematic, and that we comment.
Okay, Ms. Young, you had some comment that you wanted to share with us?
Yes, I was just going to pick up on the labeling of vulnerability and whether or not it's right to use that in what context. I think there's two sides of the coin. Like in today's world, it's much more complex. We look toward like some individuals who are able or who needs to continue to work, continue to thrive, positively age. So the vulnerability label certainly doesn't apply when it comes to that type of ageism. But there are, older persons who are vulnerable, who are at risk because of perhaps where the countries are in war zones, or perhaps over a lifetime of socioeconomic circumstances, they are vulnerable. So I think it's not one or the other, like black and white, don't use the word, but I think it's very much to what was just discussed about the picture of the older person and aging that's so different and individual. So I don't have an answer, but all I'm just saying is that not vulnerable, but don't throw it out either, because it applies in certain cases, in my view. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so I think since we decide to go without a break time, maybe we can finish in about 20 minutes, try to finish in 20 minutes. And I'll give the floor to each one of you to give comments to wrap up, focusing on, I think we can talk about how we can succeed in ratifying this Convention on the Human Rights of Older People. And I know, well, I don't know very well, but I know that it's kind of complicated process where different parties have different views, but I think at the same time that since with this enormous issue of global aging, I'm sure UN is very much concerned about this issue, and maybe we are moving forward towards more positive results. So I hope that maybe you can give us some comments as to what we can do together from where we are. So maybe bring some ideas together to come up with a conclusion for today's dialogue. So who would like to start first? Or should we go through the order that we did? Well, maybe we can start from the last person who spoke. I'll give Ms. Emily Baradico your turn first, and then move backwards from now.
Yes. So for us, for the UN like first for the UN Convention on Rights of Persons, we really support the adoption. So in partnership with the Commission on Human Rights, we signed petition letters, statements, and shared to other government agencies to support the adoption. So that is one. And on the campaign on Ageism, in partnership with the Health Age International, we do a campaign to end ageism. And unfortunately, it is, I agree that when you say ageism, it's really difficult to understand. So we always if we say ageism, discrimination based on age, so we understand that. So, and now, we are doing this campaign, and even when we revise our vision, mission, goal, we included that one as part of our campaign. And part of the activity, older persons also are, because we started raising awareness with the older persons themselves, and now they are helping us in in the awareness raising. So they serve as the resource person also when government agencies and other stakeholders are inviting us. And I think one of the conclusion that, because I think it is a problem everywhere, the lack of database for older persons. So I think that is one that we can work together to have a concrete, disaggregated gender, age, disability data, so that it could be a basis for our policy advocacy. Because in the Philippines, in our experience, we always ask data whenever we talk to the legislators for the establishment of policies and programs for older persons. So, and also for the social protection program, I think, so on the universal social pension, so I think, that is the common denominator of all the countries, especially the poor countries. I think that's all. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Margin Luzen, would you like to add some comments?
In the beginning, OCHR was a cool lover of a separate convention, because we think, in our opinion, that the policy of elderly is an inclusive policy. But it's very important, our position has changed through our international cooperation, through our intensive contacts with groups in Bangladesh, GK. They convinced us that it's important to have a separate convention, so that we can better defend the rights of elderly people. We change our vision and attitude, but also our commitment to convince the federal government here in Belgium of the usefulness of a separate UN convention. And there was a member of the parliament who was created in a resolution in collaboration with OPCA. So to create support separate. It's helpful, I think, to make concrete changes for elderly people, and also it can empower older people to defend their rights. Creates a little bit more space, I think, for elderly people and for organizations to defend their rights. And maybe now the efforts are dispersed and inconsistent, and maybe a specific convention can help us better.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to invite my colleague, Mr. Jo Hyun-se, for his comments.
During this pandemic situation, we recognize that older people are unintentionally excluded from the society. However, in Korea, there's no voice from the older people to protect their rights. there is no platform to represent all the people's rights. In addition, there are few civil society organizations to advocate for older people. So Helpage Korea also has limitations to advocate for older people in this situation. So we may need to be more sensitive to the human rights issue of older people in the future, and also we need to build up our capacity to respond to them. And regarding the convention, Korea has lots of limitations. The first is that there is no government department in charge of the convention. So only the diplomat in New York participates into the OEWG meeting, and there is no discussion process between the Korean government in Korea and the diplomat in the New York. And the other thing is that there is few civil society organizations have interest in this convention. As far as I know, at the last OEWG meeting, Helpage Korea is the only NGO participates in the OEWG meeting. But fortunately, the National Commission of Human Rights Institution in Korea and also AGAC and Helpage Korea are supporting the convention. Now it's a small number, but we are expecting to gather more organizations and experts to support the convention in the future. I hope this kind of forum and seminar will be an opportunity to pay more attention on this issue to the civil society organizations and experts in Korea and in other countries.
Okay, well, thank you very much. The Global Age Watch Index, which was published by Helpage International, is very important tool in Korea to sort of persuade government to work harder. But unfortunately, it stopped publishing in, I think the last index was in 2015, and I hope that we can do something together to come up with another data like that. So I don't know if you are involved in this process, but I'd like to have some comments from Ms. Stovall. Yes.
I'm not involved in the Global Age Watch Index, unfortunately. I was around at Helpage when that took place. It was obviously a big project. But I'm interested to share that with colleagues that yeah, it's been a useful tool, and I think it's been a useful tool for others in different countries engaging governments and other people's rights as well. So thank you for that. I will pass on that information. In terms of my closing remarks, I think as civil society, we can really continue to encourage our governments to attend the open-ended working group, to engage in the next session, to participate in negotiations when hopefully it gets to that point. And I'm sure Sylvia will have some other remarks around this. I think we have a role to play to continue pushing this agenda, because without that pressure at the national level, then governments may not be interested. And we have seen, what's been going on with the pandemic in terms of older people's human rights. But I don't think we can let people forget, what the situation has been like. And I think we need to continue, many of us who work with older people, we are the ones that are working directly with older people. So making sure that, older people's voices are heard at different levels is incredibly important. And then I think it was an excellent opportunity to hear from others about different initiatives. So continuing to connect with others. Obviously, the Age with Rights campaign that Gareth is running, I think, is incredibly important. Age Platform Europe also do a lot of campaigning, so I think wherever we are, there are opportunities to engage. And the WHO Global Report to combat ageism as a tool, but also thinking about the global campaign and how we can engage. So I think that's all from me, but it's been a very encouraging discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now to Ms. Sylvia Perel Levin.
Thank you. I strongly believe that we need a convention on the rights of older persons. I think that after 12 years of an open-ended working group, and really, I think that we cannot wait anymore. We need to start drafting a text that will ultimately assist member states in protecting the rights of older persons. It's a tool that will help them in defining and in enabling our participation more and more. As rightly some say, there are dispersed efforts, and there are older persons that don't even know they have a voice. So we need, it is the role of the governments to ensure that we do have that voice. So if we don't have it, please give it to us. And then we will grow up, because the convention is not just for the older persons of today, it's really for the old persons on the next generations as well, so that the young people of today can hope to grow older in a better condition than the older people of today live. And really we need to smash the misunderstandings. We are not creating or segregating older persons from the other rights holders. On the contrary, what we are calling is for enabling us to claim our rights in equal basis with others. We are equal. We have to age equal. We have to be in older age with the same rights as we have had throughout our life, and improve all the time. So thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. We will carry on, and this link between New York, Geneva, and the governments in the countries is crucial. And we need to make sure that the governments in capitals are involved in the discussions in New York and in Geneva, and in discussions with us, in consultation with us, before or during those engagements in the international arena. Thank you.
Thank you for your very strong statement. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite Ms. Margaret Young.
Thank you. I think I've said a lot already during my presentation, but hearing others, what I reflect on is ever more the importance of national advocacy. As it was shared, like in some spots of our world, it comes together easier and others not. And I think it comes down to the fact that the rights holder group that we're talking about, in this case, the older person, is not as vocal. And us, how do we support that in creating that voice? I think one of the key things is always to consider that age intersects all. So as we're advocating in other arenas, always bring rights of older people to the forefront. In the work that I do, be it a research project or a grant that we're applying for, the human rights equality issue always comes in, because that's all the work that I do in terms of older people. So I think, as others have said, this has been a really wonderful opportunity to share and to chat and to learn from one another, and to hear the positive hope that can be, that we will get that convention. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Personally, it has been really a very rewarding and empowering experience for me to meet all of you and discuss this topic today, because sometimes I think we need like a support group for our own work. And I'm really grateful that ASEM Global Aging Center has created this platform where it's a very young organization, as many of you already know, but I think it will play a very important role in the future to bridge the gap between not to bridge the gap, but also bring together both public and the private sector together, and bring different countries together in Asia, Europe, and in other continents. So I'm really grateful that we had this very first civil society talk concert today, but hopefully this will continue and also bring more people together to share these ideas and ways to improve the human rights of all the people. And I really like to thank all our distinguished experts today who have joined our program today, and thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Young, President Cho, Chair Perel Ravin, Ms. Stovell, Executive Director Vertico, Mr. Rujan. We deeply appreciate your presentation and vibrant discussion. And of course, our special thanks goes to our moderator, Professor Park, for leading the sessions. Well, as we have talked throughout the day, we will be able to strive forward in order to enhance the human rights of the older persons. Well, thank you very much who have been joining us throughout the day, both here on site and also online. Tomorrow, we will be back 10 a.m. Korean Standard Time with 3 sessions. Your interest and active participation will be highly appreciated. So once again, thank you very much all the panelists, speakers, and also our viewers online. Well, we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow at 10 a.m. Korean Standard Time. Until now, I was your MC, Shin Ji-ye. Goodbye.